When we left off yesterday afternoon, at the end of the day, we had been speaking about uh, the DNA profile that you were able to see on specifically the state's exhibit, the pink toothbrush. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
All right. And I believe you had given us a statistic recently about a 1 in 100 sextillion.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And so if you could just clarify one more time for the jury to understand, what does that 1 in 100 sextillion mean in terms of the profile, and comparing the profile that was seen on that toothbrush to the known profiles you were able to generate from Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey?
So that's 100 sextillion times the more likely that toothbrush came from a child from those two particular people than from other random people.
And specifically a female child from those two people, correct?
Correct. It was a female profile.
All right. And so in that profile, and one thing, if you could please explain for the jurors in terms of some of the things when you're looking certainly for differences between males and females when you have an X versus a Y chromosome. If you could explain that to the jurors, what the difference there is.
For the gender.
Yes, please.
Right. So males have an X and a Y, so that everyone is going to get an X from their mother because females only have two X's to give. So when an egg is formed, it's going to have an X regardless. There's no choices. When sperm are formed, half of them are going to get X's and half are going to get Y's from the father. So when they join, you're either going to have an XX and produce a female, or you're going to have an X and a Y and produce a male.
And so with regards to the profile on the toothbrush, because it was identified as being one of a gender female, there was no Y that you saw on that profile. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
It's separate from the toothbrush and being able to come up with that profile and see it there. Separate from that, did you also test a number of different swabs or cuttings as part of your work?
I'm sorry, I did, yes.
Okay. And with regards to those, I'd like to ask you about a couple of specific ones, and by the initials that they came to you under. Specifically, I'd like to ask you about swabs that you received that were labeled JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked to test those?
They sound correct. I do believe one of my reports had those numbers.
If you had a chance to look at that report, would that help?
That would be lovely.
I know you said yesterday, I believe you said you write over 60 of these per year. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, you may.
Ms. Swango, I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
Yes, it's my January 19th, 2022 report. And that's what it is. It's 3 pages of report.
When you generated that particular report, was the information fresh in your mind from the work that you just completed on the swabs?
Yes.
So I've asked you to review it for a quick moment. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about a couple of different swabs that you tested on that day. Okay?
Okay. Just the JMT 1 through 4 swabs?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I see you're looking up. So does that help refresh your recollection on your testing on those 4?
That does.
I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about the results that you got from those particular swabs. And I'd like to start with swabs JMT 1, 2, and 3. Did you get any results from looking at those swabs?
Right. So 1, 2, and 3, I did get results. They were from more than one person, but there was so little DNA that they were insufficient to be able to make any comparisons. Remember yesterday I talked about when you have a profile, it has to be good enough quality to be able to compare it. And if it doesn't reach a particular threshold, then we can't do any comparisons. That's what happened with those 3 swabs.
And is that the same for all 3 of those swabs? There was just insufficient DNA in all 3 of them?
Yes.
Okay. When you do have a situation like that where it just is insufficient, does that mean that you can draw any sort of conclusions from it one way or another, that it's definitely one individual or definitely not, or that it compares to an unknown person versus a known? Can there be any conclusions drawn?
So we can Usually we can tell, at least if it looks like there was one person or more than one person, which in this case for those, all three of those, I said they were more than one person. And sometimes we can tell if there's an X or an X and a Y, and we can tell if at least one of those people is male or female. But in this particular instance, there wasn't enough information to even tell the gender.
And for let's stick with those three swabs if we can for a minute, JMT 1, 2, and 3. For those swabs, when you did your testing on this, that was testing for DNA analysis, not for general serology. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't know, or let me ask you, did you know what sort of substance might be on these swabs or might have been swabbed here?
So I was when I get the file, I do have information. Some cases, some I don't. For these, I did by then know that they were believed to have blood on them.
And with regards to, are you aware of whether or not they went through serological testing at the lab?
So those swabs did not.
They did not.
No.
Okay. And I believe you yourself, you've done serology at the lab a couple of different times, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regards to that, what's the name of the test that the lab does for testing for the presence of blood?
Castle-Mayer.
I'd like to move now to JMT4, that last swab. Did you get a different result on JMT4 as compared to 1, 2, and 3?
I did.
And what did you see on JMT4?
I got a profile from one person, and it was a male.
It was from male?
Male, yes.
Not female?
No.
And let me go ahead and ask you, were there several other swabs that you tested in this matter?
There were.
And from those other swabs, generally from all of them, were you able to come up with any other known profiles or a profile that you saw on any of those that was one that could be compared specifically?
I believe there was one other sample somewhere that had a female profile, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it was a cutting or a swab of something.
If you had a chance to look at the rest of your reports, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to where that may be?
Yes.
Let me hand those to you from this one. That particular one that you talked about, that's not within the report that you were reviewing a moment ago, dated January 19th.
No.
Right. Do you recognize the three documents I've given you there?
Yes.
And what are they?
My February 1st, 2022 report, my February 20, oh, sorry, they're out of order. A June 29th, 2022, and a February 21st, 2023 report.
Would looking at those reports possibly help refresh your recollection as to the other profile that you were able to see?
Yes. Yes.
Feel free for a moment to review and then
I think I was incorrect. There was a hair that was female, but it was not actually good enough for comparison purposes.
okay, so there was a hair that you looked at, but it was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Right. And everything else, it does look like you're correct. They were not anything that I could compare.
Let me ask, with the work that you did do in this case, at any point did you make anything called a cutting or take a separate sample out of what you had been provided?
I did not.
You did not. Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Swangel, one more quick series of questions. With regards to the known profiles you were able to develop, not only the one um, for Adam Montgomery, but also the one for Crystal Sorey, and then with this profile that you were able to see on the toothbrush, the one in 100 sextillion. Um, with those three profiles, what were you able to do with that information? Is there a place where that goes, or is there a place where that type of information is shared?
The only place that we would have to share anything would be with the national database, and I believe the profile from the toothbrush was sent to them for for the missing persons portion of the database. That's my recollection. That was not something I did, but I believe that that is what happened. And then the profile from Adam Montgomery was put in.
Was put into that
the
database?
Yes.
Okay. Um, Thank you very much, Ms. Swingle. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe Defense Counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
I do have a few questions, and you clarified a few things for me. Sure, if you don't mind. Okay. Just let me know when you need to look at a report, and then the jury will understand that you're reviewing your report when you testify.
Okay.
So one of your first duties, you said that you had two sort of roles in this case?
For the most part, I did just DNA, but there was one report that I wrote that was serology.
And that was in the beginning of January of 2022.
That sounds correct. I believe I started it actually on the 9th of January that year.
Okay, and that was because a whole bunch of stuff went to another criminalist who normally does serology. So you checked a few things to get them done quickly.
Correct. So all the evidence came in, and they were asked to rush it, and it was a Friday, which is when they all happened to happen. And because I was planning to come in on Sunday, he did what he could on Friday, and on Sunday I was tasked with trying to get these couple items in particular tested and started for DNA.
Okay, and so one of the things don't simply, let's take swabs where people think the collector thinks it's possible blood. Okay.
Yes.
Somebody at a scene has collected a swab and thinks it's possible blood. Doesn't go right in for a DNA analysis, right?
Not usually, no.
Okay. It often goes to serology for intermediate test to see if there's a presumption that it's blood.
Correct.
And if it turns out that it's presumptively blood, it goes on to the DNA lab.
Correct.
And it may turn out to be DNA and it may not.
Correct.
And then if it is DNA, you may be able to get a profile or you may not.
Correct.
And if you get a profile, it may be sufficient to compare to a known sample or it may not.
Correct.
Okay. So these are all the steps that are generally happening in the lab in a case where swabs and samples go to the DNA lab.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and when you did your serology testing in this case, and I think the numbers on them were swabs BEO5 and BEO6?
Yes, they are the correct numbers.
Okay, and one of those swabs was negative for blood.
I believe they were both negative for blood.
Okay, one of those swabs was negative for blood and sent on to the DNA lab.
They were both negative and both sent for DNA.
All right. So let's talk about, let's do them both together. You're right. BEO5 or 6 was negative for blood, but sent on to the DNA lab.
Both of them were negative for blood and were sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Okay, but BEO5.
Those are the correct numbers.
BEO5 was negative for blood and sent to the DNA lab.
Yes.
And then BEO6, you actually got a little more information in your lab, right?
In the DNA portion?
In the DNA portion.
That's the report that he took away. So I think so. But it was not, again, it was still not comparable.
Do you have 19 with you? Okay, so I have messed this up and I don't mean to repeat, but I'm gonna back up so that we have it. BEO 5 and 6 were both negative for blood, but sent to the DNA lab.
Correct.
Okay. And at the DNA lab, you got DNA from BEO 6?
I got nothing at all from 6.
Okay.
BO6.
So
correct.
here's something that was sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but still sent on to DNA in BEO6, right?
Yes,
And then in BEO6, there's no DNA.
correct.
And then BEO5 is sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but forwarded on for DNA analysis. And you did find DNA.
I found a small amount of DNA. Yes,
And in that small amount of DNA, you found presence of more than one,
that's correct.
and you don't know how many.
Correct.
And you found the presence of at least one of those multiple 2 or more DNAs was male.
Correct.
And the presence of male DNA limited your ability to see female DNA.
That's correct.
So that that mixture could have been 2 males,
Yes.
could have been multiple males,
Yes.
could have been a male and a female,
Yes.
could have been multiple males and females.
Yes.
You just have no idea.
Correct.
So, and I want to talk about some of the reasons that might lead to that insufficiency determination.
Okay.
DNA can degrade over time,
Yes.
and you may 2 years later find DNA or not.
Correct.
And in this case, when you were talking about JMT 1 through 4, were you aware of where those swabs were obtained from?
I don't remember if I did know that at the time when I first started them. I'm not positive if I knew or not.
Okay, the jury has heard some testimony about the collection of those items from a trunk of a Sebring. Does that sound right?
I know that there were definitely samples from the trunk of a car tested, so that would make sense. Yes.
Okay. Now, if DNA is out in an, what do you call the environment that you hold the swab in? Not quarantined.
Room temperature?
Okay.
What are you?
When
I'm
you
not
store
sure.
it so it won't degrade.
Right. So they're just stored usually in envelopes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And are they put in refrigerators or any kind of special environment?
No.
Okay. So when you store it, the DNA can degrade?
It can, but if it's just at room temperature, usually it doesn't.
Okay. But if DNA is out in temperature that goes from, could go from very, very hot for a while to very, very cold for a while, it can be subject to degrading.
Correct.
And but at the same time, it can be subject to those swings in temperatures for years and not fully degrade, right?
That's true.
So sometimes some DNA exposed to those extremes in temperatures, you may end up with nothing, or you may end up with something.
That's true.
Because DNA can actually stay around for a long time.
It can.
And it is why even after years have passed, you test for DNA and or blood.
Yes.
Okay. Now the JMT 1, 2, and 3 had the DNA, but they were not sufficient quantity.
Those three, oh, sorry if I look,
Sure,
the report again.
please.
1, 2, and 3, right. I could tell that there was more than one person, but that was all that I could tell about those 3.
Okay, so again, we have that multiple that you had in BEO5, right?
Correct.
And it could have been a male and a male.
I don't know anything about the gender for that sample. whether it was male and male, male and female, female,
Right.
male, etc.
Right. All of those choices apply because there's only two genders that are under consideration.
Correct.
Okay. And could have been all of the same gender,
Could have been.
could have been all of mixed gender,
Correct.
could have been two, could have been more than two.
It could, generally, our wording is if we say more than one, it usually means we think it's two. If we think it's more than two, we generally would write more than two, etc. But
I
when
would have
it's
never
very low,
crossed
it
the
is
witness.
difficult
I would have let
to
the
tell for
witness.
sure.
Okay.
Of the
So
teacher.
here it could have been multiple, but what
I'm
you
not aware,
saw is more than likely two.
Correct, because it's more than one, and I did not write that it's more than two.
Okay.
So yes,
And you tested a fair amount of swabs in your DNA analysis capacity, right?
correct.
And they were swabs that had the initials MER and various numbers after that.
Correct.
And the jury has learned that the initials are usually the person that collects it, and the number is kind of the order that it gets collected in, right?
That is correct, yes.
So a fair amount went through serology. Something was deemed appropriate to send on for DNA, and then it was tested by you.
Correct.
And you said JMT you knew was from the trunk, or you believed was from the trunk of Sebring,
Correct. I knew there were several things from a trunk of a car, yes.
and nothing from the interior of the car, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right.
Any objection?
I think not at this time. There's one more criminalist, perhaps, and then I will give an answer.
Okay.
That's a no.
Yeah.
All right, you may step down. You're not excused from this. evening.
Okay.
You're not excused from the subpoena, but you are off the stand. Okay, perfect. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the transparency. My eggs are not burned, nice and juicy. Happy Valentine's Day. Thinking of your loved ones today, as well as those that have passed. A special remembrance of Harmony, as well as all the other children that are and have been in Harmony's position. Prayers for them and their families, and this case is hopefully to bring awareness to everybody that's in a working position to go the extra mile, because you never know.
Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and the pains and penalties of it? I do. Can I have a seat?
We've already heard from him, I thought. Or was I also watched the gun trial already, so
To push that.
the detective. State's witness. We have some sign language going on here. Prosecutor. Oh, there we go. There's Johnny Manziel. Good morning there, all you, the Sea of Blue Kindness. I wanted to beef up the squad heading into trial season, even though there is a joint motion to
Morning, Detective
continue
Riley. How are you
Henry's case.
today? Oh, well, good morning. And sorry, I just referred to you as a detective. Mr. Riley, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Scott Riley, Scottriley.
And what city or state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
He
On and
lives
off
in
my whole
Manchester.
life.
Wow, okay.
About how old are you?
I'll be 53 this year.
Ooh, are you on the market?
Mr. Riley, how are you presently employed?
Employed, but I work for myself. I'm a consultant for, I do some work for some civil law firms,
Oh, wow. So he's
Is
going
that,
to work
what
with
kind of work is that?
interviewing.
Investigations?
No investigations, just interviews. I just do like a forensic type interview.
Do you do anything else currently?
I still work at the police department part-time.
And let's talk about that. When you say you still work at the police department part-time, what police department is that?
Manchester.
And can you just walk the jurors through your experience working at the Manchester Police Department?
So you want me to start with my first police department and then move into Manchester, or just Manchester?
Manchester.
So Manchester, I went there in 2007, and I spent, I think, maybe 7.5 years in Manchester in patrol, doing all kinds of different assignments, bike patrol, motorcycles, stuff like that. And then I went into the juvenile division as a school resource officer for a couple of years. And then I spent the remaining almost 8 years as a juvenile detective.
What kind of things did you do as
He started at
a
21.
officer?
He could be retired.
Respond to urgent calls.
Put in 30 years.
Anything from traffic stops to urgent, could be bank robberies, anything, whatever's needed at the time.
And is it pretty typical for officers that start at the Manchester Police Department to work patrol for some period of time?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned going into the juvenile division and working as a school resource officer.
I did.
How long specifically did you do that for?
2.5 years, if I recall. I don't really know exact. I think it was maybe 2.25 years, 2.5 years, somewhere around there.
And you also mentioned eventually becoming a detective in the juvenile division.
I did.
What did you do? What were your assignments and duties in that role?
Investigating crimes either against or by juveniles.
And how long were you a detective with that division?
I was just shy of 10 years by a few months.
Earlier, you mentioned prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I worked at Hooksett Police Department. That's where I was originally hired in 2004. I worked there from 2004 to 2007. Then I transferred over to Manchester.
That
Mr.
Boston
Riley, did you
accent.
graduate
I
from
sound
the
Bostonish
New
to
Hampshire
me.
Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
The 135th Academy, and it was in 2004.
I'm going to go into law enforcement.
I want to switch gears, Officer Riley.
You better not discriminate for my
Officer
age.
Riley.
I'm still an officer, so it's okay.
Okay. Can you, were you assigned duties in your capacity as a law enforcement officer in the investigation of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you just describe generally your role and involvement on that case?
It began with everybody pretty much in the division, because when it first came in, it was fast paced. They kind of grabbed everybody they could to work on it. So the assignments in the beginning were kind of just, they'd have like a morning meeting and they would decide, you're doing this today. There was nothing specific. And then it morphed into, I was assigned monitoring jail calls, jail mail, jail messages.
Oh, wow.
I was involved in some interviews. I mean, I didn't have like a specific assignment. Whatever was needed, they just assigned it to us, and kind of we ran with it.
Did you say it was all hands on deck?
It was in the beginning, yes.
I mentioned a missing persons investigation. Did that change at some point during the course of your involvement?
It did. Yeah.
What did it change to?
It changed to more of a homicide investigation.
Do you recall when your involvement began on the Harmony Montgomery case?
I believe it was the 2 days after Christmas, so it would have been the 12/27 of 2021, if I recall correctly.
At some point in the investigation, did you and the officers with the Manchester Police Department receive information pertaining to the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter here in town?
We did.
And what led you? What information did you receive that led you to that shelter?
I wasn't part of there was an interview that was conducted and information was obtained that maybe that the child was placed in that apartment for a period of time.
You mentioned an interview being conducted. Was that with Kayla Montgomery?
It was.
During your time with the Manchester Police Department, were you tasked with processing that room?
It was.
When did you process that room?
I believe that was June 4th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
That would have been after Kayla's first proffer on June 3rd, 2022. Kayla's first proffer was June 3rd.
Can you describe your response to the Families in Transition Shelter that day?
We were told to go out there and we were going to complete a search of the apartment. I mean,
Apartment 1.
crime scene van was involved. It wasn't my case, so I didn't really have any of the planning. I was just kind of, let's go. You're going to help process the scene, and we obviously went out there.
So you mentioned receiving information pertinent to your investigation that may be at the Families in Transition Shelter. Did you, subsequent to that, after getting that information, did you provide a subpoena for documents to the Families in Transition Shelter?
I did.
If I can approach Robert.
Yes, you may.
So again, this is stuff from the grand jury that happened in May of 2022. Then Kayla gets arrested because of perjury when she perjured herself on May 22nd, 2022. She was arrested June 3rd, 2022. Then she did her first proffer on June 3rd, 2022. Then because of what she said in her first proffer, they then sent a team out to Families in Transition. It's called FIT for short. It's on Market Street. It's right there. These people live in this little drug bubble. I'm going to call it a drug bubble because it's exactly what it is. When I pinpoint all these places, it's a little circle. And the research that I've done, people know if you want to score some drugs, go to behind Elm Street and hit up over there by the shelter, which is over here. So because of what Kayla told them, because on June 3rd, she decides to tell the truth, which is explaining
Yes, you may.
everything that happened with Harmony's.
Mr. Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification. I'm just going to ask that you review those items.
And here, Detective Riley
Attention to this page.
was one of the two people that interviewed and interrogated very briefly Adam Montgomery in the at the police station in interrogation room. He was also involved in the interviews with Kayla's.
I am. I've never actually read these, but I am aware of what they are. Yes.
He's on the-
The state moves to strike that unit of State's Exhibit 93 or criminal scope.
You just
Okay, they're having a sidebar. Good morning again. Hector's going to be bringing us lots of what you would call overhead, pre-made by myself, timeline. Me and Bella think that we figured out exactly and can pinpoint when Adam drove the U-Haul van to the bridge and back. On March 4th between 3:53 a.m. and 5:34 a.m. So, detective here just said that he's never seen papers report that was just shown to him. I'm curious to find out now what report this is, because you would think, you know, maybe one of your reports that you wrote up or somebody else did. And I'd want to see that stuff. I'd want to see what people were turning in if I was allowed, if I'm investigating a case, especially if there's all hands on deck. I need to know what they said to you. And then when I interview them, just to tell you then what was discrepancies. Let me go ahead and put this one up. So we're just waiting for a sidebar here. Oh, yep, I just saw that. Okay. I see you guys are asking what's a proffer. In legal terms, very simple. It's a mechanism to offer or present evidence at trial for immediate acceptance or rejection. So you would go to the police because, for example, Kayla, she was caught lying. Okay. So I know, so let's say that I have information because I was withholding it, I was lying. If I go through my attorney and I say, hey, I want to offer up information, evidence that could be used in a trial, that's what a proffer is. Like that, I'm giving you something that can be used immediately. You'd be able to immediately say yes or no. That what I'm giving you is, I'm trying to give you evidence for someone to be prosecuted. And I have to give you information. So basically, when Kayla committed perjury, when she lied about that Adam took her to work and then he went to drop off Harmony, well, the police got and did their due diligence and they got the information that Kayla got fired on 11/23, okay, for stealing out of the drawer. Kayla said that she was taken to work on 11/29. She wasn't working at any Dunkin' Donuts. They went around, got the information. Kayla wasn't working. Okay. So then Kayla, they got her on perjury. They arrest her, and I'm going to give you this information to be able to use as evidence that you can immediately accept, immediately reject. So hopefully that helps understand you're offering something. So take the P away. Like, you're offering up something. And normally 100% you're getting something in return. Just saying, you're looking to get something in return. So, I'm going to really talk about it a lot. I want to know how Adam and Kayla were able to afford, with no money, to be able to go, and we're going to talk about the Union Street, 644 Union Street apartment that they rented. We're trying to get documentation to see in New Hampshire the way that it works. Like, okay, so I'm familiar with Aliquippa. Aliquippa has areas that the Beaver County Housing Authority takes care of and is in charge of, and based on your family's income, based on those type of factors, how many kids you have, they give you an amount that you can pay for your rent that is significantly, we're talking that it could be that you're paying $15 a month $30 a month, $100 a month, plus bills. Okay. You can have your bills significantly reduced. All right. You set this all up by, you have to fill out applications. You have to show them a lot of things. Okay. But it's, so up in, when I was in Aliquippa, a lot, I was able to see exactly how that system worked. And I see it being, I was never seeing those shelters though in Aliquippa. Like I wasn't, oh, this is where the shelters are. This is where this is, where that is. I was never around anything like that. Families in transition. I just knew of this, these places where you could stay, these apartments. And it is significantly cheaper. Okay. But you only get those deals. Okay. It's obviously government funded. You have to maintain the premises. There's checks. You can't have like no clutter. You have to obey certain, there's rules. You also just can't have people staying over. Okay. And you're putting up like 15 people in your place or anything like that. So when Kayla and Adam left the families in transition, they were there from December 30th or 31st to February 20th when they signed a lease. Because I was like, where are they getting this money to sign a lease, get this apartment? And I thought to myself, well, maybe it's something that they were only paying very little because it was run by New Hampshire's Manchester Housing, how Beaver County Housing Authority. So was there a Manchester Housing Authority? So we looked into that last night, and we do believe that where they were staying was something similar to what I saw in Aliquippa, for families that obviously, you'd make the qualifications of that you don't make this, you're living on welfare, because Adam only had a job. So check this out. Adam only had his job from January 14th of 2022. I'm sorry, of 2020 to February 22nd, 2 days after they signed this lease to go and move into the 644 Union Street apartment. And and so 2 days after they signed the lease, then Adam doesn't have a job. Kayla doesn't have a job. And so here they are both again, both jobless. And I believe it would be that they got kicked out of that place October of then 2020. That's all the stuff we also found 2 people that came forward that were neighbors of Adam and Kayla when they were at, the Union Street apartment, which is part of the Manchester, I believe, Housing Authority. And they had some wild things to say, and we're going to talk about that at the breaks. So the more that you research this case and when it's all going to come a little more clear, Kayla had to tell
And overruled in part.
for them to be able to get Adam with murder. They're not getting Adam without the things that Kayla starts talking about on June 3rd and then on June 23rd, because she does it again. And the 23rd one, it's not because she didn't give all the information on the 3rd. It's more information came in, and when someone can jog your memory of saying, hey, this, that, or the other, oh yeah, yep, that did happen. You have to be able to, if you don't ask me a question, I can't answer your question. So.
No objection.
And I do believe 100% that Kayla does not know where Harmony's body is after going through what I went through with Bella yesterday last night. Yeah, she doesn't know.
And I'd just like to walk through what those documents are with the jury. If you could start with the first page, the room information.
Okay, so back, here we go.
Do you see the individual's name in the top left?
Yes.
There it is.
Can you read that for
This
me?
is what I want.
Adam Montgomery.
And what room does it say Adam Montgomery was staying in?
Room 1,
And what were the dates associated with this stay?
December 30th of 2019 through February 20th of 2020.
Let's go to the next document. This is work order number A11010. What is the start date of that document?
2/5 of 2020.
What's your understanding of what this document is?
It's a work order for the fit.
And can you read the description on that work order?
It says general other, really cold in units 2 and 5. Come check the thermostat, slight odor when the heat is on. Done on 2/5 of 20.
15 days after they move out.
Associated with that.
Unit 2.
And we'll talk about this later, but are you familiar with the general layout of the rooms in the fit shelter?
Yes.
And let's move to work order number A11079. Which unit number is associated with that work order?
Unit 1.
And that's your understanding of where the defendant was staying.
Correct.
And can you read the general description?
General other, weird smell coming from vents in the unit. Come check it out.
What was the date associated with?
February 21st of 2020.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that the defendant left that room on February 20th.
Correct.
So this is the day after he left.
Correct.
Let me approach her.
Good morning, Nancy. Hello, Jen. Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Detective Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked and previously published as States Exhibits 31 through 34, and what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 35 through 39 for identification.
The U-Haul
Can you
drove
take a look at each of those in
132
turn? I'm going to
miles.
take these records back. Can you take a look at each of those in turn and describe what's depicted on those images?
This is the.
Yeah.
Are you gonna put them on the screen too? You want me to hold them
I'm
up?
going to put them on the screen, but
Okay.
if you can just
Just this
talk to me about
Okay.
not show the jury.
Okay, so the first picture is a picture of the front of the families in transition, which I'm going to call fit for ease. It's the front door. It's really just the front of the building. And the second is second picture is
Hold on. Attorney Knowles, him saying second picture, I need him to identify what he's looking at by the
Just your
exhibit
honor,
number,
if you could
please.
Just review the number that's depicted at the bottom.
is it this number right here?
Yep.
Okay, so number 30 is the front of the building. Number 31 is inside the building, looking at doors, apartments 1 and 2. Number 32 is looking inside unit 1.
So without
It's the
Kayla's
picture inside the room.
proffer on 6-3.
Number
they
33 is
could've
another
never
picture inside the room, specifically of the ceiling.
got to fit
Number 34 is a
Got this
picture of the
information.
event,
or looked into it
our area of interest, one of them.
at the shelter.
Number 35 is a picture above the ceiling, looking at an area of interest that I'm sure we're going to talk about shortly. Number 36 is I had placed a measuring tape to kind of show the size of the area of our interest up there. There's and then number 37 is a picture of the ceiling was cut and it was on the floor before they wrapped it.
How about 38, 39?
That paper is really expensive that they're using.
A and 39.
So 38 is another picture of the ceiling when it was on the floor. It was placed on butcher paper.
39A.
39A is a picture after I cut the ceiling, just the hole and picture of the window. And then 39B is another picture of the ceiling where I cut out the ceiling.
And do you recognize the items?
I do.
Are they accurate representations of what you saw that day?
They are.
At this point, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID from State's exhibits 35 through 39B.
Not 30 through 34, just 35 through 39B.
30 through 34 have been previously published.
I see, okay. Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits.
It's funny that Adam's nickname was Bubba the Travis Beach, which we'll get into. I wouldn't let anybody call me Bubba. The fuck?
Detective Riley, when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, were you accompanied by anyone that day?
Many people, yes.
And you mentioned remembering going there. The image that I've just depicted behind you, identified as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that location?
That's the front of the fit, yes.
And the individuals that accompanied you that day, do you remember their names?
Some of them.
Okay.
Detective Stewart Coswick, Rayhill, Deputy Duffs, William Duffs is his name. Tufts, I'm sorry, Tufts. Detective Dunleavy. There was a couple supervisors there, I think.
So the
Captain Layton
individuals
was
that you
there.
just mentioned, the majority of them work for the Manchester Police Department.
Yes, all but one. Yes,
Are you aware of where Deputy Tufts that you mentioned?
U.S. Marshals.
Mr. Riley, what did you do when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter? You mentioned that you did some cutting as you were reviewing those images. Can you tell the jurors what you actually did?
So, you want me to start from my first observation when I walked in the room, or just the actual cutting?
Let's talk about walking into the room first. If you'll look at the image that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit 31. What are we looking at there?
Unit 1 and 2.
So
doors.
Unit 1. I don't know that that's much better, but
This is 01.
can you? So Unit 1 is on the left, and where's Unit 2?
Yeah.
On the right.
So they're adjoining rooms.
Yes. They're polar opposites from each other. I'm pretty sure they're exactly opposite, like this. The wall separating the two.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, sir, you just need to speak into the microphone
sorry.
when you're speaking,
Yep,
so that
sorry.
everyone can hear you. I know it's hard, but
Yep.
And did you make any impressions when you? Well, did you enter the room when you arrived?
I did.
And the image that's behind you, you said you recognized.
That's Unit 1.
And was that the layout that day?
It was.
Are you aware of whether or not they're allowed to move furniture at the Families in Transition?
I have no idea.
Tenants?
I'm not aware.
But that's what you saw when you arrived.
Yes.
And again, can you remind us why you were going there that day?
There was information developed in the investigation that there's a potential that the
Kayla,
missing child was placed above the ceiling in this unit.
And was there an access point to that ceiling?
There was.
and that's
Did
from
you see it in
Kayla's
the image?
proffer
It was the vent at the top.
That vent?
That's correct.
on
There's a number next to
6-3.
that vent. Can you read that to the jurors?
Number 1.
When you arrived in that room, when you actually walked in, did you make any impression? Did you have any impressions?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors what those impressions
There was an odor. I could smell something. I didn't know what it was when I first entered the room, but I could tell there was an odor in the room.
Okay. Any other impressions, detective?
I mean, it looked lived in. Kind of a normal residence, I guess.
And it was all the time
Did you do
later.
anything with that
What are you
vent
talking
while
about?
you were there?
I did.
What did you do with it?
I removed the vent. I pushed it up into the ceiling and moved it to the side.
Was there anything securing that vent when you moved it?
I don't believe there's anything securing the vent to the outside frame. The vent kind of just sits into the outside frame, but the vent was connected to some tubing up top by a zip tie.
Did you remove that zip tie at some point?
Yes, I did after.
What did you observe did you look into the opening that
I
you
did.
created?
I
What
did.
did you observe when you,
As soon as I removed the cover, I knew I could smell what I know is decomposition. I knew I could smell a dead body, what I believed to be a dead body at the time, or it
Remains.
smelled like decomposition is the best way to describe it.
what is decomposition?
When a person dies, their body starts to degrade, I guess is the best word. It's a smell that you just won't forget.
And
And that was 2
can you
years
just tell the
later.
jurors what your experience is with that smell?
2 years later.
I mean, I've been to many, many death scenes, many autopsies. I've smelt it many times.
Did you make any other observations when you looked into that vent?
I did.
And what were those?
I could see at first that there was, it looked like a stain right close to the edge of the vent. That correct? And I also noted that you can see the sheetrock dust. And I'm sorry if you can't hear me. It's hard to crank my neck around to see this. The sheetrock dust you could tell had been altered. Like you could see in the back, it's all fresh sheetrock dust, probably from when the place was constructed. And this over here appeared to have been something had been in that area.
Mr. Riley, if you don't mind just standing up and actually pointing to.
Imagine what that would have smelled like if there was, 2 years ago
Right here.
with the actual
This is
bag.
This is different.
How did nobody know this? How can anybody?
It's clear that something was here and not placed over in this area.
And the staining that you mentioned, where is that? If you could point it out on the screen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You mentioned seeing staining.
Yes.
Where is that on the? At some point, did you attempt to measure what you were observing in that picture?
To the best, yes, I did.
And
Yeah.
is that it?
It is
About 16 inches across?
approximately. It varied in size.
Let's
Yeah.
talk about what you did next after you observed this area of interest. What did you do?
As a team, we obviously decided that we needed to take this, so we cut it. We used just an old school sheetrock serrated knife, and I cut the sheetrock until I got to the metal studs, and then we had to use a reciprocating saw to cut the metal studs you can see in the picture.
Did you take any precautions while you were working on the ceiling?
When I was up in there, I had gloves on, but I didn't go up into the ceiling. You couldn't because it would collapse. So I didn't really have, other than putting the measuring there, I didn't really have any direct involvement with like the stain. When I started cutting, we changed gloves every time we changed, like when we took the vent down, we changed gloves. When we started cutting, I changed gloves. But I was below the ceiling at this point. I was cutting from below. I wasn't up in the ceiling with it.
Were you wearing a hazmat suit that day or a
I was
mask?
not.
How about a mask?
I was not.
What were your working conditions like while you were doing this?
It was hot.
It was hot.
It was hot. Yeah, it was very hot.
Sweating.
I was.
How long did it take? You said you removed a portion of the ceiling. How long did that take?
I would say the actual cutting was probably maybe an hour. The whole time we were up there was maybe, or dealing with that, maybe 3 hours. I don't recall the exact times, but it was within a couple hours, I think, probably from the time we removed the vent till the time we actually took the ceiling down.
And so you mentioned actually taking the ceiling down. Is that what it looked like?
It is.
And again, that staining, did it become more apparent once you removed it from the dark area it was in?
It did because of the lighting. It was.
Do you recall whether that item was given an evidence number?
I know it was. It wasn't tagged by me. My primary focus was just getting it down, and then it was handed off to the team that packaged it and tagged it. And I am helping assisting packaging later, but initially they put it and covered it in butcher paper.
Do you recall having it labeled MER 3D?
It sounds right. Yes.
MER, those are initials this jury heard. Do you know whose initials those are?
Yeah. Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill.
Correct.
You mentioned butcher paper.
Yes.
Do you see that in this image?
Yes. You can see it through the hole. It's sitting on top of butcher paper.
At what point during your processing did you actually place that butcher paper down?
I didn't place it down. The team that was there did. I was standing on. I had the ceiling. I'm not very tall, so I had to stand on a platform to get to cut. So once we got to the point that I could cut the last metal, we had to have other team members hold it. And then once it was detached from the ceiling, I got out of the way and it was put down on a piece of paper.
Do you know what the purpose was of putting it on paper?
Preserve any evidence that's on it or in it.
Would that be including the items that fell during the cutting?
Correct.
Are you aware of how this portion of the ceiling was handled once it was removed, once you removed it?
I know it was placed in the crime scene van, and then I believe I helped carry it up into the evidence room. And then I didn't have anything to do with it for a period of time after that.
Were you aware of low points in the ceiling while you were processing it?
I don't know what do you mean by low points.
Was it completely level, or do you know?
On the outside, looking up, it was flat. Inside, there was a bunch of different channels because of the metal framing.
I want to talk about how large the ceiling was relative to the overall room size. You documented it, is that right?
I did.
And is that accurate in comparison?
It is.
How did you actually get up there to cut this out?
We used that bed frame.
No ladder?
Well, we had a ladder there as well because we had to have multiple people, but I stood on that bed frame, and if I recall, I may have stepped off to the ladder. And I know there was some talk about having other people jump in because it was hot that day and it was a lot of manual cutting, but I continued, and just because I was already covered in sheetrock dust, there was no sense getting anybody else.
Mr. Raleigh, I want to switch gears. At some point, in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you travel to Florida?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jurors, why you did that?
They're trying to figure out how to get this to a lab to test it for DNA or try to figure out what was on this staining. And I know that I didn't myself, but another detective had done some work on this prior to me getting it. I offered to drive it down to Florida because they had it was too big. You couldn't fit it in a plane. It turned into a mess. So I offered to drive it and they said, sure. So I went and rented a car at the airport. And I know that the size, I remember it being 44 inches wide, and we had to find a vehicle that it would fit in. So we rented a car and it fit, and I drove straight to Deerfield Park, Florida. I think it's DNA Labs is the name of the
DNA Labs International?
Yes, correct.
And when you say we drove it, who, if anyone, were you accompanied with?
Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And so you drove it from Manchester to Florida.
We did.
And do you recall the date of that?
I believe that was July 20th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Did you stay in Florida or did you come back to New Hampshire?
We stayed overnight. We drove straight through. We didn't sleep on the way down. We drove the whole way.
In your career as an officer, have you ever done something like that, such a long trip?
Personally, yes, many times. As a police officer, no.
Did you eventually come back with that item, that portion of the ceiling?
We did.
And when you say we did, was that with Adam Bergeron Rosa, or was that another officer?
That was with Detective Heil.
Heil.
Yes. Just a timing thing, so they assigned him to go.
And how did you come back with the item?
We flew down and we rented a car, or it was a Ford Expedition, if I remember correctly, and we came back with that amongst many, many other items. It wasn't just that item, but the vehicle was completely full.
Between the time that you took possession of the portion of the ceiling and the time that you got to the lab in Florida, were you able to maintain and secure possession of that item at all times?
At all times, yes.
And once you obtained it back from the lab in Florida and drove it back to New Hampshire, were you able to contain it, to secure it at all times?
We were.
If I can have just a moment.
All right, I want to see how this cross is going to go.
I'll be able to use this now. It was just hard to turn around.
Again, good morning. Welcome to the Transparency. This is
Doesn't have to go.
day 6.
Good morning.
Good
Have a
morning.
great morning,
Caroline
Nancy.
Smith. And I do not have very many questions, but you talked about having many different duties in this case, right?
Correct.
And one of those duties was to talk with Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And do you recall when you were speaking with Kayla Montgomery?
I would say either the 30th of December or the 4th. I think 12/30 of 2021 is. I may be wrong, but that's kind of in my head.
Okay. Was that at a fit shelter or a recorded interview?
Both. So I talked to her 2 different times, so that may be off by a day. The first time I believe I talked to her. We were at Fit, outside of Fit.
And the second time?
Was at the station.
Okay.
The first time was
And that was a
12:30,
recorded interview?
Correct.
And that was prior to her
40.
arrest?
22.
Correct.
Okay. Did you advise her that she could have an attorney?
Yes.
And did you tell her that she didn't have to speak? You wanted to talk to her about missing Harmony?
Yes. I don't know if I did or Detective Dunleavy, but she was advised that it was a voluntary interview. Yes.
Okay. And you talked for a while.
Yeah. Yes, it was. It was
And
pretty
then at
lengthy.
some point, I think you all gave her a chance to be alone and write down maybe her thoughts.
Correct.
In case she didn't want to tell you all directly, maybe she wanted to write it down and pull her thoughts together.
That is correct.
right?
Yes.
And the essence is that and you gave her a fair amount of time, right?
Yes.
And when you came back and looked at the note, it essentially ended the interview.
It did.
Okay. Now, another random duty, I don't mean to call it random.
Okay.
You just
It
were
was.
jumping here, there, and
It
everywhere,
was very
right?
Random.
And
Okay.
one of the things that you did was, to collect something from the House of Correction that Kayla wrote.
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit G.
It sounds like your lawyer, Amber Heard's lawyer.
Recognize this document.
It's okay to remove it out of here.
Yes, you have it.
Okay. I do recognize it.
That's a really
Is it?
tiny piece
It's a note that she had. That was. I think they were doing a cell search, if I recall correctly, and they found this in her room,
Okay.
in her cell. Sorry.
Okay, and so essentially, the police department, someone discovered that this note had been seized,
Yes,
and you were assigned to go and take the note.
correct.
And did you talk to the COs and sort of document everything about how that was obtained?
Yes, they had their own report. They provided me with their inside report.
Okay, and do you recall when that was?
I don't. I'd have to see the report. I don't remember the date. I'm guessing early January. I don't recall the date. I have to see it.
If I showed you a copy of a report, would that help
It
refresh
would-
your
it would.
recollection?
It would. Just too many dates to try to
I know.
wrap my head around them. So it was January 31st of 2022.
Okay, and, excuse me, from the time that you obtained that note, did you put it into evidence and secure it and all that stuff?
I did.
Okay. And just very, very quickly, I want to talk about securing evidence and why you do it, okay?
Yes.
And why you have these initials and all these bags and stuff. You can't do anything about evidence and what happens and who touches it and how it might get transferred and all that stuff until you collect it, right?
Correct.
If you want to preserve something in the exact condition that you want it to be in, you can't affect what happened before, right?
That's correct.
So all you can do is take what you have available, and from that moment, you can preserve it.
Correct.
Any changes an item might have gone through, any transfer of evidence back and forth, you can't affect that.
I cannot.
But from the moment that you collect it, you're gonna make sure that there's virtually no changes in that item, right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you do it is to collect it and put it in a container,
Correct.
okay? It might be something like an evidence bag,
Could be.
and it might be something more, it might be an envelope if it's just a document.
Could be. Yes.
And in that one, you put it in that clear evidence bag?
I believe this was their evidence bag, but I don't recall if it's ours or theirs. This doesn't look like our bag, but it may have been. We have many different types, so I don't recall if this was mine or theirs.
Okay,
It probably was ours because I believe I took copies of this. So I believe this would be our bag. I may be
Okay.
mistaken.
and that's a plastic bag.
It is.
So you try and collect it and preserve it in the container appropriate for that evidence.
Sure.
For instance, you wouldn't put the tile in plastic because that might cause
Condensation.
condensation and affect the condition of the item within there, right?
Sure.
So
Yes.
you're not so worried about condensation with a piece of paper.
Correct.
Okay. And then when you collect it, the jury has seen items open and it has red tape. This one is sealed just as a product of the bag it's contained in, right?
Correct.
But other evidence items might have some tape on it.
Sure.
And the reason for the tape is that you are securing the evidence and letting anybody know, once this is taped, that nothing is going to change that item unless we can track it, right?
Sure.
For instance, if evidence has been taped with Manchester Police Department tape, then something might be sent to the lab for checking, right?
Sure.
And the lab would have to open an item to test an item, right?
Correct.
And so when the lab opens whatever packaging that you have retained a piece of evidence in, they actually don't open from the top, right?
I don't do that. I have no idea how they open it.
Sustained.
Okay, so one of the purposes of the different color tapes is to be able to track when an item of evidence has been opened from its packaging.
I use whatever color tape is available. It's not, I don't use it for tracking. I use it to seal the item. That's the only reason I do it.
Okay, so if somebody comes along later and opens the item, they have to reseal it to indicate that it's been gone in and then keep the tracking. You don't do that?
Overruled.
I don't reopen evidence. I don't know that I mean, I guess
Okay.
it's possible it could happen, but I wouldn't necessarily use a different color tape if I did.
Okay,
I would cut it in a different area. I would tape it and then initial it after.
okay. So you would cut it in a different area so that somebody knows that it has been opened from the original seal.
Sure.
And then you would tape it in that second area, right?
Sure.
And you would do a report that documented the fact that for whatever reason you had to go into the bag that contained the item of evidence.
Sure.
So that anybody that wants to know, has there been any changes to this item of evidence, we can track anybody who has had access
It's
to it.
reasonable. Yes.
Okay. But there's nothing you can do about anything before you collect an item of evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Officer.
Yes, officer.
All right, anything going to be here on redirect?
Officer Riley, you were asked about
Okay.
interviewing Kayla Montgomery, and you mentioned that interview ended.
It did.
Can you tell the jurors why that interview ended?
She said that she didn't want to talk anymore and she wanted to get an attorney.
She asked for a lawyer.
She did.
Note G, Exhibit G, that note that was collected. Are you sure about who collected it, who put it in that plastic bag?
I think I would have, because I believe I took photocopies. I don't recall if I did photocopies or they gave me photocopies. That's why I'm unsure whether I put it in that bag or someone else.
When you say they may have given you photocopies, you also said it may have been their bags. Who is they?
The
They that you're referring
Valley
to?
Street Jail, Hillsborough County House of Corrections.
Note G also talks about her wanting to speak to her attorney, right?
Correct.
You were asked about the handling of evidence, packaging. You were asked about cross-contamination. Do you know what cross-contamination is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what cross-contamination is?
Well, it depends on the item of evidence, but I mean, cross-contamination could be anything from blood to DNA to, I mean, I'm not sure what.
Cross-contamination is when you,
Specifically with respect, and let me back up.
when you
were
take
asked
one
about
sample
tiles.
of something and
did you
you're,
collect tiles from that fit shelter?
Tiles. They
Yeah,
were
tiles.
collected, yes. I didn't physically collect them, but yes, they were collected.
You collected the ceiling.
Yes,
And this wasn't ceiling tiles. This was the actual ceiling.
this was a
they're tiles though.
drywall, yes.
Do you
Oh, and
remember
the
what
drywall?
the drywall was connected to?
It was connected to metal,
Frames.
metal studs, metal framing,
Metal framing.
yes,
So that's what you collected.
yes.
After that collection, did you volunteer a DNA sample?
If needed, yes, I did.
Why was that?
Because it was sweating so much, it was nearly impossible to try to measure and take pictures of that stain. I mean, it was just the sweat was running down my face. So I wasn't sure if I could have sweat and dropped any in that opening when I was up in there.
Is that pretty standard when you're collecting
No.
items of evidentiary value, of potential evidentiary value, that you volunteer such a thing?
Yes,
And that's for many detectives, right?
yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Wow. He was sweating. That didn't come until not that
Sorry.
it matters because
The
he's already pleaded guilty to
prosecutor asked about how the December 31, 2021 interview ended, and with that note, and you said that Kayla asked for an attorney?
Is that the recorded interview?
Yeah.
Yes, she said it. She wrote in the note that she wanted an attorney. Yes.
Okay, but the note contained a lot more than I want an attorney. The note contained what she said
Yeah.
the story was.
Yes.
that Adam had driven off with Harmony, and she,
Approach.
Okay, we're gonna have a sidebar here. For me, if I was on the jury, this is what I think would be important and valuable is that how many times Kayla, changed her story, right? So that's why she wanted to recross and ask him that again. Like, this is what Kayla wrote that, in that letter that Adam took Harmony to her mom. It wasn't until basically she was caught committing perjury, and then she decides that she's going to tell this story. That's how the defense is trying to make it seem. How I would be on the jury seeing he's already pleaded guilty to his, tampering with witnesses and informants, falsifying physical evidence, abuse of a corpse. Actually, I take that back. He did not concede to the tampering with witnesses and informants. He only conceded to falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse. So if he's already conceded to the guilt of that, everything to do, they still have to go through, because remember, at the last minute, he decides to do that right before, court starts with the trial. He decides to do that. So they've prepped and prepared for their case. And so they're still having to go along, to go forward and showing, everything so people can follow along. But what I see that this detective brings to the table is two human beings committing abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. And now we have to get to the bottom of is who, because they're pointing the finger at each other right now, is to say who actually caused Harmony's death, which is the second-degree murder charge. And what's going to weigh heavily on everybody is if Adam Montgomery doesn't take the stand, in my opinion, it's Kayla's word against nothing. Well,
so the note that essentially entered the interview included that she wanted a lawyer, right?
Correct.
But it also included that she didn't know anything more. Go talk to Adam. He wouldn't talk to her.
Yes.
Sorry about my misreference to the ceiling tiles.
So it's okay.
And again, that volunteer of the DNA sample is a lot of stuff can affect an item. And you want to make sure if there's an item of evidence that is revealing information that nobody understands, that they can check your DNA, compare, and see maybe it's that versus something else.
Correct.
If there's a question about perhaps DNA being found.
Correct.
Okay. And by the way, note G that you collected from the COs. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That was not the note we're talking about in the interview. That was the note where Kayla had listed her desires in talking to the AGs.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down.
all right.
Yes.
This is a natural breaking point. We're going to let the jurors have their morning recess. There's our good friend bailiff right there. And there's the zoom in on all the papers, aka Adam's empty seat, people say. They're zooming in on
Our
the.
mid-morning break, it's about
There
10:33,
you go.
so just after quarter of, we'll come back and resume the evidence. Thank you for your attention. All of my instructions.
All right. I'm getting good at this, guys. Okay, let's take a look here while we're on break. I want to show you guys. You guys were asking for some of this to be in more of a. So I'm going to share this with you. Let's see. All right. Some facts. Which one? Okay, so February 2019, custody to Adam Montgomery. July 2019, 22nd was the black guy. The uncle calls on the 29th to DCYF. August, see police calls. We went over those, how many times the police were called. August 8th, Harmony and Adam have and talk allegedly to DCYF. September, again, we went over those police calls. October 1st, 2019, according to DCYF, this is the last visit that they have with Harmony. November 11/23, 2019, Kayla's last day at Dunkin' Donuts, she was fired. Okay. Yeah, 100% Rockstar. I agree with that. I don't know how the jury can do all of this and any of this. They're 100. So Kayla gets fired from Dunkin' Donuts from stealing cash out of the cash register. Then November 27th, 2019, they are evicted from 77 Guilford. Then there's that eviction. Then Thanksgiving is November 28th. Okay. November 29th. Now this is going to be a point of contention. Kayla's mom sees Harmony at her house when they all came over, and she says that it was after Thanksgiving. And she was, there's people out there that put their trees up like the day after Thanksgiving. Okay. And that she was showing all the kids the lights on the trees. And that's when she saw Harmony. Okay. Now, if you go to the grand jury, when Kayla's mom spoke at the grand jury, I can't find a testimony of those statements, because when she spoke to the grand jury, it was in 2022. And I think Kayla was still on that. Harmony went and was dropped off. Okay. Not saying that that's not true. I'm saying that we don't hear about this until the new stuff. Now, what the police were able to do when they put together, obviously, their investigation, is they were able to go to Facebook and get from November 29th to December 8th a search warrant for the locations with Google and Facebook with the Adam Montgomery and like the Kayla, their Facebooks. And it showed that Kayla and Adam, it was consistent with basically living at the Colonial Apartments when they said they were living in their car. Like that was like proof with it. They were using those. That's how they were able to corroborate her story about living in the vehicle at Colonial Arms Apartments for that period of time. Okay. Then December 7th is the day. Well, let me back up before I get to December 7th. On November 29th, there's an accident. Okay. With the vehicle. Obviously, it could still be driven. No Harmony was noted by the police, and there was an accident on December 2nd. No Harmony, but the other two kids were noted. Okay. And the location of the kids is in conflict of with what Kayla was saying where they were situated. Okay. Based on the December 7th. Okay. Normally, like you put your kids, normally, if you have multiple kids, you have, let's say you have 2 car seats, one's on one side, one's on the other side. You're putting the same kid in the same car seat. Normally. So when the officer revealed his report and noted where Seamus and Declan were sitting in that December 2nd car accident, it contradicted with, because Kayla says that Harmony was sitting behind the passenger side in the back seat. Well, in this accident, Seamus was sitting behind the passenger side seat again. But December 7th now, this is the day that Kayla says, and how she was able to assimilate that this is the day that Harmony died, was because it was the day of the car breaking down. Okay? And they said they had their methadone, 704, 709. But there was also beatings being occurring like before or driving there, driving back, going to Burger King. Okay. The Burger King was at between, I put it at 7:30. Is that not right, BK? Oh, sorry. That's my fault. Have it your way, Burger King. Okay. Then she said the car broke down between 8 or 9 in the middle of that intersection. They were able to, in the probable cause, say that they're corroborating Kayla's statements because at 12:11, Manchester Police Department ordered a tow for the disabled vehicle. And the tow was there and dealing with the tow from 12:57 to 1:39 p.m. And then we had our tow truck guy come and testify and say that 2 people, he did stop the tow from going forward, tilted the flatbed to let 2 people up to take belongings out of the vehicle and put it into, another vehicle. He couldn't tell you. He didn't remember what they looked like and who they were. He also didn't get a phone number. There was no phone number associated with the tow. Okay. That's what he testified to. Now, based on the grand jury testimony that happened on February 18th, 2022, Kayla's mom testified to the grand jury that Kayla and the kids and Adam, minus Harmony, for 2 to 3 weeks stayed at her house, which would be consistent with them leaving then the Colonial Arms apartments on December 8th and being with her for those 3 weeks through Christmas, through the holidays, and being then back with, or then going to the family shelter on that December 30th, which we just saw the paper there that you guys saw from the officer just testified when they went to the FIT. They said that they checked in on 12:30 and they checked out on 2:20. So this would be consistent with her statements. Okay. And then it was at this location that they used a cooler, which Kayla's mom testified to yesterday. The cooler was tested, though there was no blood, no DNA was able to be found. Okay, but that's the cooler was found in her mom's closet. Okay, so then I went ahead and I upped the timeline to then we added December 9th through the 30th, 31st, which now we can say 100% is the 30th based on when they checked into the FIT. So December 30th, okay, 9th to the 30th, they're at her mom's, Kayla's mom's. And this would be 2019. Now, they are there from basically all of January, and then during January on, did I put it in there? Adam gets a job on 114. That should be on there. Right here. There it is. On 114, Adam gets his job at Portland Pie. Okay. And so he walked to work. It's right down the street. That's when Kayla said that Adam said, bring the bag. Okay. And then so she put the two kids in the stroller, and then she put the CMC bag in the middle and walked it down and strolled it down to Adam's job, where then you're going to start hearing testimony from Adam's jobs, his coworkers, who didn't give Adam a hard time about the tote bag being in the freezer because he had small children. So it was something that he said to them, we're going to hear in testimony. But there are two different witnesses that are going to take the stand that are going to be testifying to seeing that tote bag in the walk-in cooler in the freezer. Okay. So on February 5th, there was a report of the woman next to them saying that they reported a smell from apartment 1. Okay, this is coming from apartment 2. And the person that smelled it is actually dead today. I think she overdosed, Mandy. So we will be hearing from her. They then, on 2/20/2020, they then signed that lease. And that's why I was looking up information. Where are they getting this money from, right? Well, that's where I believe that it's like assisted, it's the county, the housing authority. It's the housing authority is Manchester Housing Authority. So, all right, so we can move on from that. Then now, again, I answered my own questions, but it should be noted that Adam felt the need no longer to work after they signed this lease. Adam decides that he's not going to work. Not that he would have had to get a new job anyways, because Portland Pie was closing their doors on 3/1/2020. But so I said, where Kayla and Adam get the rent deposit for Union Street? Well, I explained that. 2 days after he signs that lease, bye-bye to his job. Okay. Now, after moving into Union, Kayla then offers her proffer that's saying between the time that they moved in and February 27th, they used the bathroom at Union Street Apartments, 644, that Adam went in there and for 4 to 6 hours was, trigger warning, thawing Harmony, to squish Harmony into a bag with lime, a 40-pound bag of lime that he put in the CMC bag. But then there was an issue with this when she gave her first proffer, because she originally said that they put her in a tote, like a plastic bin. And then something they don't really touch on that in this testimony, but so she had to go back and say, well, wait, we actually got that CMC bag back when we were at Families in Transition, because he switched out the duffel bag. And that was like, this is the big part of contention with everything, is that you have this way bigger duffel bag, and then now you're going to go to this small tote. Good morning. So so it's February 27th, 2020. Adam and Kayla, which you're going to have somebody in seeing that there is testimony that comes forward that Adam and Kayla, while this is, again, that these detectives aren't going to take this broad's word anymore. Like, okay, we're going to go see if this pans out, right? So they go and they talk, and they see that there was a work order put in at the new apartments for their bathroom, that they needed to be snaked out, and that the drain and the right here, it needed to be snaked, and the lever needed to be fixed, which was consistent with what Kayla was saying, that they were using that bathroom. Okay. Now, I'm going to stop there. Because we're going to let some more testimony come out. But I do want to say, guys, we've done some serious fucking sleuthing the past 24 hours. And we have the U-Haul, we have the mileage, we have Facebook messages with timestamps. The Tobin Bridge is involved. And I do believe that Kayla Montgomery has no fucking clue where Adam went. And two people's Facebook messages pretty much, I think, will seal up that deal for the jury, but we'll see. All right, we'll get back to the break. Let's see. Whew. Quickest 15-minute talk I've ever given.
And Detective Lammy, if you can get started by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Ray Lammy, Lamy.
And Detective Lammy, how are you presently employed?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked as a detective?
I've been a detective a little over 5.5 years.
And what's your current assignment?
My primary function is fraud investigation, and I also am a lead in crime scene processing.
What are your current duties and responsibilities, Detective Lammy?
General investigations of any financial crime from start to finish. When it comes to any major crimes in the city, violent crimes, then we all lend a hand and process those and work on those together.
Have you ever had any other roles at the Manchester Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for just about 5 years.
And prior to that, any law enforcement experience?
2 years in Litchfield as a police officer.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did class 163, approximately February, March of 2014.
Detective Lammy, do you participate in regular training as a function of your role with the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
Generally, what types of training have you completed?
Notwithstanding a litany of financial crime investigations, I've done forensic identification of skeletal remains, blood stain pattern analysis, crime scene processing, death investigations, FARO certified, and crime scene photography.
You mentioned the FARO just now. Can you tell the jurors just generally what that is?
A FARO is a 3D device that can map out an area, which is useful for documenting measurements and recreating a scene for the jury, such as yourself.
I want to switch gears, Detective Lammy. Were you working in your official capacity as a detective, rather? Were you assigned to a particular case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you just generally describe your role and participation in that case?
Majority of my role was helping coordinate evidence processing, liaison between the state lab and private labs, processing of several vehicles for evidence, and also some other various items that were processed.
Did you coordinate with a lab in Florida during your participation?
I did.
And when did your involvement begin in this matter?
The beginning of January, we had some initial tips that were phoned in that we went and investigated in Haverhill, Mass. And then a vehicle was processed middle to the end of January.
You mentioned the beginning of January. Do you remember what year that was?
2022.
You mentioned tips, and I want to discuss that. Are you aware of a tip line related to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
Had you worked in your career as a law enforcement officer, as a detective, had you worked on a case involving a tip line before?
I've had tips come in for some of my own cases and financial crimes.
I guess I'm referring to a specified tip line associated with this case.
I did not field the tips or the calls. I was just asked to follow up on them.
You were directed to follow up on them.
Correct.
And you said one of those was in, did you say Haverhill, Mass?
Yes.
You mentioned processing vehicles
Mhm.
during your participation in this case. Was one of those vehicles a blue Audi AS4 bearing New Hampshire registration number 4569334?
I can tell you that it was an Audi AS4 blue. I can't tell you the exact plate without referencing my notes.
Your Honor, if I may, excuse me, if I may approach.
Yes.
Detective Lemmy, I'm handing you what's been previously published as State's Exhibit 22 for identification or for.
Yep.
You
I do recognize that vehicle. It's the one that I processed here at Manchester Police Department, New Hampshire plate 4569334.
and that's the Audi that you processed.
Yes.
What's up? My other Italian over there. My Dago.
Were you working with?
Again, welcome to the transparency this morning. Happy Valentine's Day.
That vehicle, Detective Lemmy?
I was.
And how many days roughly did it take for you to process that vehicle?
The physical processing of the vehicle took about 3 days, and then there were additional days after that processing the evidence that we took out of it.
Was it consistent? Excuse me. Was it consistent with individuals that were assisting you during your processing of that vehicle, or did the members change?
The members changed a little bit.
Do you know a Detective Heil?
Yes.
How about a Detective Pittman?
Yep. The two of them and I were responsible the first day of basically inventorying the vehicle, identifying the majority of the evidence items that we pulled out.
And this jury has already heard about the initial processing as you take in evidence. But Detective Pittman, do you know what his initials were? Or are?
JP.
And the items that you collected from that vehicle, were they processed under a specific set of initials?
Yes, JP.
About how many pieces of evidence, potential evidence, were labeled with initials during those your time working on that Audi?
Under the, I would say it's approximately 271.
Separate from that, did you use any testing during your processing of that Audi?
Yeah. After the first round of testing or the first round of processing the vehicle, a few items were tested with a method known as a hemistick. And a hemistick basically is a reagent on a strip that when comes in contact with hemoglobin will turn a dark green.
Did you test all 271 items using a hemistick?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We essentially looked at the items on what appeared to have potential for yielding some type of blood or DNA.
Are you aware of false positives occurring with the use of a hemistick?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
The reagent on the hemistick can get false positives, which will trigger it to appear to react as if it came in contact with hemoglobin, which is found in blood. And some of the items that can do that are potato, tomato, iron. They can give you what you would think to be a positive, but it ends up being a false positive.
Because of false positives, Detective Lemmy, when you see something that's presumptively positive, what do you do with it?
Well, presumptive positive is just an indicator that it could have hemoglobin. So we treat everything as if it has the chance to have that. In this particular case, the items that tested positive were sent up to the New Hampshire State Lab for processing.
And I guess let me ask this, do you take additional swabs to send up to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Depending on the item, I believe in this case, the items were small enough that we were able to send the whole item up to the lab.
On this particular vehicle, where did you use the hemosticks?
In the back seat, there was a car part just randomly sitting on the seat, and it was plastic with car insulation, like sound and deadening insulation on it. And there were a couple of spots on that that looked suspicious that I tested.
How would you describe, excuse me, how would you describe the condition of the vehicle when you examined it?
So the vehicle had what appeared to be, and we didn't test it, but it smelled like it, appeared to have a thick layer of mold all throughout the inside of the passenger compartment.
And you previously mentioned working on that vehicle for several days. Did you take any precautions because of that?
We wore Tyvek suits, and also not wanting to breathe in mold, we wore a face mask.
Of the items that were pulled from that vehicle, did you send any off to the state laboratory?
I did.
And do you remember which items you submitted?
The first three items that we did initially were, I believe, JP 55, which was the car part, JP 120, and JP 122, which were carpeted floor mats.
Do you recall submitting item JP 119, 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225 to the lab as well?
So those were sent several days or a week later when we processed outside of the vehicle area. And I actually used a different testing method for that one.
What was that testing method?
So I transitioned from the hemostic to Kastle-Meyer, which is a similar type of test. It's processing using reagents to also identify hemoglobin. But the Kastle-Meyer historically has been known to provide less false positives. So I transitioned to that and processed approximately 37 items that had come out of the car. And out of that, I believe 6 gave me a presumptive positive, and 1 was a false positive.
When you say that 1 was a false positive, how did you determine that?
So, and not to get too technical, but the way the test works is you drop 3 drops on a swab. So the swab is used to collect the evidence off of the item. Sometimes it's a dry swab, sometimes it's a drop that's been dipped in sterile water. You rub it on the evidence item, then you drop a couple of drops of what's called phenolphthalein onto the swab. If the swab immediately reacts with just those initial drops, that's considered a false positive, because until you add a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide, 3%, onto the item, it shouldn't react at all. So in one of the cases, it reacted as soon as I dropped the first couple of phenolphthalein drops onto it.
Excuse me. You mentioned this green color when you're using hemosticks.
Mhm.
Is there a color associated with the Kastle-Meyer test?
Yes, the Kastle-Meyer will turn a bright pink.
And is there a different level of pink that you're looking for, or is it something else?
It's not so much the level with the Kastle-Meyer test as it is the time frame of how long it takes to react. So if it reacts immediately, it's a stronger indicator that it's a true positive.
Can you still have false positives with, well, I
can.
think you mentioned that you did in this case.
Yeah, you can still have false positives with the Kastle-Meyer. So it's just a presumptive test that gives you an indication. Let's look further at this.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears. I want to discuss processing of a portion of a ceiling. Are you familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
And can you just generally tell the jurors what your involvement was with that?
Certainly. So I was aware in my conversations with the team that a large section of ceiling had been gathered. I was also aware that that piece of evidence had been sent up to the state lab for processing. They processed it for different items and did not come back with enough evidence to support there being DNA on the item. I was told by members of the team that they sent a couple of these pieces of the ceiling down to the private lab we mentioned earlier, DNA labs in Florida, to have tested. And they came back as testing positive for blood.
Point, Judge.
And-
Say.
Sustained.
I'll redirect, Judge. So I don't want you to get into the specific testing of any of the items, but just what you did. You've explained that.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach,
Yes.
He's trying to
I'm showing the defense what's been marked by them.
slow his roll here.
40 through 51.
What's everybody having for lunch today? Give me something good. Where should myself and Bella go?
What's been marked for identification. Identification is States Exhibit 40, Exhibits 40 through 51.
Oh my
I'm just going
god.
to ask that you review each in turn and then look up when you're ready.
Okay.
Dunkin' Donuts is dropping new merch following the Super Bowl ad. Let's put Adam in it and put a big old butt sign so all the Bubbas know where he's at. Oops. Hot night.
And Detective, you looked up. So are you familiar with those images as well as what's depicted therein?
I am.
And how are you familiar with them?
I took the photos.
Are they fair and accurate?
They are.
And again, you took these photos.
Yes.
Are they consistent with what you saw the day you took them?
Yes, they are.
All right, at this point, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 40 through 51.
Without objection. Without.
Without objection. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
Thank you. I'm going to take them back. I'm going to put some up on the screen. We'll go through them. So you mentioned being tasked with processing this item. Are you familiar with the item number associated with it?
MER 3D,
And when did your processing occur?
July 15th, 2022.
Specifically, what was the item that you were tasked with processing?
The MER 3D was a large section of ceiling tile, which was sheetrock with some metal strips on the top of it.
And so those images that I asked you to look at, I've put one up on the screen behind you. Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
Yeah, this is the whole piece of evidence as I examined it that day. And you're
All right, here we
essentially
go.
looking at a center opening that I believe is where a vent was, but I wasn't present when they removed this item. And the metal pieces you see are the strips on the top part of the ceiling. You wouldn't see this from underneath it, but that's what the sheetrock would have been mounted up to.
And when you say you weren't present for the removal, is that from the location that it was taken from?
Correct,
The shelter, the fit shelter?
correct.
And so what does this image depict?
This image is evidence. I requested that the item be, that I examine the item because we didn't, well, I won't speak to the lab results, but I requested that I review the item to see if I could find any potential traces of evidence that we should be looking for. So the evidence technicians brought this out for a viewing. I viewed the item. I noticed things on the item that made me suspicious that there were additional areas that we should be testing.
Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. When you received the item from the laboratory, was it packaged up?
Yes,
And
so it was, this is how I found it at evidence. The evidence technicians brought it out, they opened it,
They did a
and
great
this
job
is
with
how I
this.
found it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
For them to take it all. And that's the least that they could have done. But they're just doing their job, in my opinion, but they're doing their job well. Gosh, look at how tall he is. Like I told you, she's just gonna keep on standing right like that. Look at that position. How tall do we think he is? Like 6'5"?
He's lanky though.
Yeah, I mean, look at her compared to him.
Look at who, I'm not seeing.
He's like, okay, got it. We all good here? Okay.
Detective Lemmy, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 108.
He's
Are you familiar with
6'8".
this item?
I am.
And what is it?
It's a hand sketch that I made of the ceiling.
When we discussed your process,
He's fucking tall, man.
How did you process it?
I love that his arms.
So the entire physical piece, as you see it here, was brought into our training room at the police station. It was placed on 2 work tables with that side face up. It was removed from the evidence bag that it was in and placed on butcher block paper on the tables. Then we went through the process of basically dismantling the metal pieces from the sheetrock.
And let me stop you there.
Mhm.
Going through that process of dismantling the metal framing from the sheetrock, was it important to keep track of what was coming from where on this object as a whole?
Yes, so because the whole piece was entered into evidence as one evidence number, once I was going to start dismantling it, I attached my own initials and numbers to each piece that was then separated.
So when you attached your own initials, did you still preserve the earlier initials? So MER3D and then your initials following that?
Correct.
And so this item that I've just shown you, why did you create this?
Well, other than having photos of it, this helps to show where the positioning of each of the items was. It's not to scale, but it shows where the items were so that we could have a better understanding.
Did you create this as a demonstrative to show where each piece came from?
Yes,
Each of the pieces, I think you mentioned this, but you gave a specific evidence number of its own with your own initials attached.
correct.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the sketch that you created?
Yes.
Or at this point, I've moved to strike the ID of States Exhibit 108. Mark is full and published to the jury.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
It may be published.
And so I've added the image to the screen behind you. That's States Exhibit 108. And I want to discuss the items that you packaged or that you removed. You mentioned the railing. Did you remove any other items?
We separated several of the pieces of the sheetrock from the main unit. There was one large piece that I ended up keeping intact, but then we separated off parts that didn't appear to be important as far as any potential evidence items on it.
And you mentioned taking the photos. Did you give those photos specific evidence numbers?
Yes,
Did you provide a description along with each of those evidence numbers?
I did.
And so can you explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So and I'll point up here if you can't see, let me know, but I just put a tape measure on it just to see what the distance was between the metal grids. On here, there's also a couple of handwritten letters written right onto the sheetrock. That was not done by me. I presume that that was done by the state lab. And there's what appears to be a dark stain in the center of this piece of sheetrock.
And so the letters that you're referring to, if you can just read them for the jurors.
Far left is the letter A next to that cutout. B cutout. C and D are in the stain area.
And when you received this item back from the state crime lab, or the state forensic laboratory rather, that had already been done. That's not something that you did during your processing.
That's correct.
So this item is MER 3D RL4. Can you describe what the jurors are seeing in this picture?
RL4 is the metal grid that runs across here. It was sitting on top of that dark stain, and it's lifted up on edge, so flipped up on its side. And there's also dark staining on the metal itself.
And when you say that dark staining, did that become an area of potential evidentiary value during your processing?
Yes, it did.
And I just want to show the jurors where that item, MER 3D RL4, came from. Do you see it depicted on the sketch you drew?
So RL4 is this section that runs completely across the larger piece. And in this smaller box, it's right here.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is still part of MER 3D RL4. It's the other end of the piece, and it's
I think we did
also showing
I
dark
think they did a
staining
great job
running
with it.
underneath.
I think this was so thorough. Don't you think?
Amazing.
This is,
I want to move on to RL14.
yeah.
What's depicted in this image?
This is amazing. This is amazing work.
RL14 ended up being a piece of the sheetrock that we separated from the main piece. It's separated approximately at where this line is. And this is the dark stain on the sheetrock itself that had been under RL4.
Kayla gave them the
And
information.
I want to look at where that
for them
came
to be able
from
to do this.
in relation to the portion of the ceiling that you processed. Can you just point that out on your sketch?
Yeah. So RL14 is this section right about to here, over to about this line that extends from here.
Again, remember
And what does this image depict?
RL16, so this line right here would have been where RL4, that long strip that runs across. And then RL16 is another section of sheetrock that we separated from the main piece of interest. And approximately at where that thin line is going across, that's where we separated that piece from.
During your processing of MER 3D, did you become aware of low points in or warps essentially in the drywall and framing area?
I can't tell by looking at it the way it's laying on our workstations if the item would have been angled when it was sitting on the ceiling itself. But what I can tell from looking at this, where there was a dark stain in that center, and then you see a much darker stain running along that railing, it would appear that the fluid that would have made that stain would have run along that, which is not uncommon for fluid to track an object that's attached to it.
Did the fluid, the staining, appear to be absorbed into the drywall?
It appeared to be absorbed into the drywall more in that center area where it was a lighter color. And then it didn't, it was much heavier consistency along where the rail had been.
And what is depicted in this item, this image?
So this is still part of where RL4 was, sitting on top of it. And this is just a shot from the side of the piece to show that there's depth to the staining itself.
At the time of your processing, Detective Lemmy, were you aware of
Look at what's in the
other testing that had been conducted on this item at the lab
I was.
laboratory? And can you tell the jurors what that is?
So those two square cutouts that you saw on the sheetrock itself where the paper was
That
missing,
was what was in the PCA, honey.
those two had been cut out and sent down to the lab as part of the state's processing of the item. And the results came back.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Not asking you for the results,
Gotcha.
but you were aware of other testing that had been conducted.
Correct.
Were you aware of fingerprint testing, latent print testing conducted on that item?
I hadn't reviewed results of that, but I was aware that some had been attempted.
What does this image depict?
It's just another more direct on from the side of where RL4 had been sitting, the kind of the thick layer of staining.
And again, this item.
Again, this is RL4 going across, and then this section that goes up, that's where RL3 railing had been.
In this image.
And this just continues on. This is where RL3 was. RL2 was down in this area. That's where the initial stain had been, and then RL1 would have been up in this area.
Are you aware of whether there was a vent involved in the processing of this item?
I was aware just from the team, but I had not viewed it.
Are you aware of where the opening to that vent would have been?
Yes, the opening of the vent would have been in this area. There was metal grids coming out this way in the initial photos.
You mentioned the Castle-Meyer testing. Did you swab? Did you test? Did you use the Castle-Meyer test
I did.
during your processing? And what's depicted in the image?
So again, this is the part of RL4 that we were looking at predominantly. It's showing my sample swab, and it's showing a bright pink result. So essentially, a swab was used, it was dipped in sterile water, it was rubbed on the staining itself in that area, and then the Castle-Meyer test was applied to it. And once the the couple of drops of the hydrogen peroxide were applied to it, it was an immediate pink.
And can you remind the jurors what that immediate pink, what it told you?
The faster it reacts, the more likelihood it is that it's a positive versus a false positive.
Detective Lemmy, based on your processing of MER 3D overall, the portion of the ceiling that you processed, did you submit any of those items to DNA Labs International?
I did.
And what of those items did you submit?
That whole piece of sheetrock that remained after those other few that we looked at were removed was sent down as one item. The rails that came off, RL1, RL2, RL3, and RL4, those were packaged separately and sent down as well.
And let's talk about those rails, Detective Lemmy. When you removed the rails from the drywall, did you have any observations?
So other than the darker staining like this that was present under a couple of them, once RL4, which was the long piece, and over the part that was more heavily stained, as soon as that piece came up off the sheetrock, there was a noticeable foul smell.
And what was that smell associated with?
I would speculate that it's from that stain itself.
Detective Lemmy, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about the ceiling itself. We have portions of it here, and I'm going to ask that you remove, and you have your evidence custodian with you, technician with you. I'm going to ask that you remove them from their packaging to show to the jury. And so, Your Honor, I would just ask that this witness be permitted to move freely with the evidence technician.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Detective Lamy, I'm just going to ask that you remove certain items, and then I'd like you to identify where that specific item would be in relation to the scale that you
Do you want us to maintain individual drugs for each piece, each item, or you might?
Yes, please. And Detective Lamy, if you can start with Exhibit 74, identified as MER 3D RL 13.
All right, so I will be in chat here. What's going to be happening right now is the evidence technician is going to be handing right there your witness to show each and every piece. That's what Court TV zoomed in on this morning, was all the pieces that were brought into the courtroom of evidence, and this all pertains right now to the ceiling. And so this is a good breaking point for me, just to be able, because I want to be able to talk during the lunch break about, to give you guys the finer details of comparing the probable cause affidavit to then what this man testified to, and how much more was provided versus just in the PCA, but also how closely, in this case, the probable cause is to what they were, coming forward with. So I'm going to be in chat here. I'm just going to run out, and we'll be in chat. But this is a good point, because this is all that they're going to be doing here is just showing the pieces of evidence. And I think what's more important for me is to get some of the material that a lot of people can't get their hands on, which was the probable cause affidavit and some of the stuff that was in the probable cause. Those of you guys that are following my Idaho 4 coverage, is to compare at different points, these cases where the FBI has assisted, other agencies have assisted, and their procedures and process, and what this probable cause kind of looks like compared to what we're dealing with in Idaho, things like that. So just wanted to explain that to you guys. And those of you guys that just joined in, happy Valentine's Day. And the reason that Kayla Montgomery is getting the deal that she got after a ton of reading and reviewing, and I believe that this right here, for example, and none of this would be happening, which was the actual hits that they get on in that ceiling. None of that was going to be possible without Kayla Montgomery, which is what they needed to show this story, and to be able to get at, to be able to charge with murder, or second degree murder. Kayla's, none of this would be happening. That's why she got the deal that she got. And then when I go back and I actually look, and I've been studying her testimony compared to, different things. And you can't say that she's committing perjury because a guy gets up there and says something different. That's not how that's going to work. So they were able to obtain actual physical evidence. This is physical evidence of Harmony's DNA being up in the ceiling. And they took controlled swabs of what they had as a control. They have Kayla's, they have Adams and they have Crystal's DNA. And that's kind of what the woman was talking about. She'll probably be called back. That was the criminologist specialist. So there you go. Again, they're not even, there we go. They're just prepping it all here. And But because if you think about it, before Kayla came along to talk about any of this, they were looking for harmony. And so then when they were looking for harmony from December of 2021, she doesn't talk about this until June of 2022. They had all that time to go to fit and say, can we search this, area? Can we get up in the ceiling? And they did nothing of the sort. That's nothing that happened. Literally the day that she says this, which is on 6/3/2022, on 6/4, that's when they were there at FIT, at the family shelter to do this. Then on 6/14, they were then at 644 Union Street to do what they were doing there and take the fridge out of there. So, so when they said they were looking for harmony and trying to do things to figure out where harmony was, and you got to look and see what they were doing from December of 2021 until June of 2022. And when you see and you put on a timeline, what was being gathered from December of 2021 to June of 2022, nothing. Kayla led them to all of this. Okay, all of this.
Ask that you
Period.
pick it up.
No ifs, ands, buts
Ask
about
that
it.
you
Period.
Pick it up and just show it.
Because
to
wait
the
till you
person.
see, it even gets more in depth on how they hid things.
Actually, when you pick it up, I don't think it needs to be.
All right, guys. Micah Sturgis calling me.
Who?
Micah.
No. No. Presenting it for Micah's birthday, to Carrie.
And Detective Lemmy, you can set that down.
I was gonna say,
I'm not picking it up.
here you do this. You just put your fucking shoe on the line. Like, this is what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened.
Your Honor, I would move to mark what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 74 as full, so strike the ID and publish. I missed doing that prior. There's no objection.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
So Detective Lemmy, you can just identify where RL13 is in relation to the sketch that you've drawn.
Sure.
And for the jurors, if it's difficult to see because it's low to the ground and you want to stand, you should feel free to do that, okay?
As it was presented to you from that base view, what you saw was the cutoff from here over this way down to about this section. And that's what that bottom dark stain was from here over to the edge.
I would just ask if Your Honor would allow, if Detective Lemmy can just point that out to the jurors.
He can point it out, yes.
If he's going to approach closer to the jurors.
On the board?
With the board.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just the condition of that, I didn't think it made sense to get too close.
So what you were seeing down behind the paper was the dark stain emanating this way. RL3 had been here, you saw a small jet out of dark stain, and the darker is in this section. And RL4 was this piece that ran straight across the edge.
And if we could just move Exhibit 74, I want to move on to Exhibit 75, which is RL15.
packaging that the whole piece would come in.
So if it's the wrong number, that's fine. We can move on. Can we go to what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 76? That's RL 15.
So just to be clear, that item was the original packaging that NDR 3D was in.
So the butcher paper that we saw in the exhibit, that's what it was set on?
Yeah, the first photo that showed it sitting on the table, partially open. All of that paper is what it was in.
Was that also submitted to the lab in Florida?
No.
That's 875.
It is. And Detective Lemmy, while you're opening that, can you just describe for the jurors what this item is, RL 15?
So this one is RL 15. The way I showed it to you earlier. RL 4 went all the way across this way. RL 15 is the big piece of sheet rock. Just like that out. So this piece was not submitted to anybody.
And if you could just hold it up for the jurors to see. Your Honor, I would move to strike ID and mark as full, States Exhibit 76.
Without objection.
Right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Lemmy, I'd like to move on to what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 77. That's RL 16.
While they're working on that, counsel, do you want to approach? And Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe what this item is and where it came from according to your sketch.
So RL 16, I'll keep it consistent as far as how I was holding it for you. That item is running from here up to the end, approximately down this way over. And RL1 railing has not been touching that particular piece because RL 16 this area right here.
And on your sketch, where's the vent area located?
That's down here.
So this would have been a void, essentially.
Yes.
Let's move to the next item. I'd ask that exhibit be marked full, ID stricken, and published to the jury.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It can be published to the jury.
Detective Lemmy, I want to move to State's Exhibit 78, what's been identified as RL 11. Your Honor, the same with that item. I'd ask that State's Exhibit, what's been identified, marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that the ID be stricken, it be marked as full and published.
Without objection.
Sorry, you said 79.
I'm sorry, 78,
Okay, 78.
RL 11.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury when it's taken out.
And while that's being opened up, Detective Lemmy, can you just tell the jurors what this item is and where its relative location was on that portion of the ceiling according to your scale?
So from same place to the building, opening where the doorway went,
Was this item submitted to the laboratory reporter?
No, it wasn't.
Thank you, Detective. And if we can move to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that's MER 3D, so State's Exhibit 79. State's Exhibit 80 for identification. And 80 is RL3, 3A.
So 79 remains for identification. Is that accurate? So I have 75, 75, and 79 remaining for ID, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding, Attorney
Yes,
Brett?
Judge.
And while that's being open, Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe where that item was collected from in relation to the sketch of the portion of that ceiling.
RL 3 is the middle layer. RL 4.
Again, Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, and publish.
Interjection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken on Exhibit 80. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury.
This is the metal rail. This is how the orientation would have been according to holding it up to that chart. Running down, RL4 was running across this way.
And Detective Lamy, if you can just show them the underside of that rail.
This is the side closest to RL4 that was running across.
And was this item submitted to the lab in Florida?
Yes, it was.
And Detective Lamy, when you're ready, I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit 81, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification. That's RL3, RL4, RL12. Your Honor, I'm moved to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 81 and publish it.
No objection.
The idea is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury once it is opened.
Detective Lamy, while that's being opened, can you please describe for the jurors where this piece of evidence came from in relation to that portion of the ceiling using the sketch that you found?
This was actually.
I'm sorry, he needs a microphone, please.
So RL4 and RL12 were attached. We did not separate them when we processed this because we didn't want to cause any damage to what would have been underneath it. RL12 is this part that runs across the opening. RL4 runs all the way across.
You mentioned a smell when you removed rails. Is this the rail that you're referring to?
Correct.
Sorry, I wasn't near a mic. You mentioned a smell when you removed those rails. Was that the rail you were referring to?
Yes, it was. This would be the orientation as we found it. This would have been the grid opening in RL4 and then the other pieces that were attached to it.
When you said a grid opening, that's the void you were referring to.
Yes,
Detective Lamy, was this item also sent to the laboratory in Florida?
yes, it was.
Detective Lamy, thank you. I've no additional questions. The defense may
Finish, I'll get him back on the stand. Thank you. And sir, when you're ready, if you would just retake the stand for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jamie Brooks. I don't believe we've met, but I represent Adam Montgomery. I also have a few questions for you. I want to go back, though, to what was addressed during the beginning of your direct examination. That's the blue Audi.
Mhm.
You were involved in the processing of that?
Yes, I was.
And you mentioned earlier that there was evidence that was collected from the Audi.
Correct.
There, and that evidence was also submitted to the lab.
Some of it.
Let's talk about that, some of it. And again, how does a piece of evidence get labeled?
We typically have one of the detectives use their own initials, and then we'll start at, if it's the beginning of the project and they haven't labeled anything yet, usually starts around 1 and then works its way up from there.
And when it came to the collection of evidence from the Audi, there were a fair number of JPs, correct?
Yes,
JP standing for,
James Pittman.
and a number of those pieces of evidence collected by Penman, you decided to have submitted to the lab.
Yes,
And could you please tell the jury what particular items you had submitted to the lab?
if I could review my report.
You most certainly may. Actually, if I were to, are you familiar with something called a crime scene note?
Yes.
And what is a crime scene note?
Well, a crime scene note is typically an overall write-up of the processing of a scene.
I am going to, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what has been marked 2457 base stamp. Do you recognize that document?
This was not created by myself.
Not created by yourself, but it was a crime scene note from the collection of the Audi.
Yes,
And does that include a list, an exhaustive list of the items collected from the car?
it should.
Would reviewing that help you recall which items you had submitted to the lab?
Probably not, because this wouldn't pertain any of the processing that was done after the collection. There would be a lab submittal that I probably created, and that would list the items that I sent up.
And that lab submittal would assist you.
Yes.
Judge, I think this would be a good time for a break.
Approach.
what has been marked. It has not been marked, but for bait stamps purposes, it's 3026. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at it for a minute or two help refresh your recollection?
Only in terms of the actual evidence item numbers. What the physical piece is, I can't tell from here without
Okay.
looking at photos or additional documentation.
So, well, let's stick with the numbers then.
Okay.
Having reviewed that report, what items did you have submitted to the lab for potential testing?
119, and these are all JP. 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225.
So I understand that you may not be able to recognize, for example, specifically what 119 was or 195, but those samples, the JPs collected from the Audi, uh, did some of those include specimens from the floor mat?
The carpeted floor mat that I tested initially with the hemosticks,
Yes.
those were different numbers. Those were JP 120 and 122.
And those were submitted to the lab as well,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yeah.
Do you recall a cash register receipt?
I do.
Could that have been one of the items submitted to the lab for analysis?
I believe so.
A shoebox?
Yes.
Blue bath towel?
I would have to jog my memory about the bath towel.
Detective, do you still have up there the casing note?
Yes. And sir, what was the evidence item number for the bath towel?
153.
Would you like me to read the listing as far as how Detective Heil listed it?
Just wanted to confirm that a blue bath towel was sent to the submitted for analysis.
So he identified it as towel with unidentified stains. He did not list the color.
Cash register receipt. Do you recall having that submitted?
I do.
A pink sweater, women's?
Yes, sir.
A folder with papers?
Number on that one, sir?
Take a look at 224 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, sir.
And what is your recollection now?
That was paperwork that was submitted.
A gray bath towel. Does that
Mm.
ring a bell?
Number?
225. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes. Towel with unknown stains. He did not reference the color. My photos would show it though.
I apologize. I didn't hear that last response.
The photos that I took during the processing would also help if you wanted me to clarify the color.
Fair to say, though, that 2 bath towels were submitted for analysis.
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recall a length of twine?
Yes, sir.
And again, that was collected and submitted to the lab.
Correct.
I now want to turn to your use of bloodstain reagents, latent bloodstain reagents. In the processing of the Audi, you used Hemostix,
Yes, sir.
Kasselmeyer.
Yes, sir.
You were also involved in the processing of a Chrysler Sebring.
I was involved in that as an assistant to the detective that was processing it.
Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
And when you were there assisting him in the processing of that Sebring, does January 7th of 2022 sound correct?
I would be guessing.
Okay. But he was using Blue Star,
Yes, sir. I remember that.
and that again is another latent bloodstain reagent.
It is.
And whenever, regardless of which type of agent was being used, whenever there was a presumptive positive, it was collected.
I can't speak to the Sebring because I didn't process that vehicle. I can only speak to the Audi.
So when it came to the Sebring, were you there for the Blue Star part of the processing of that vehicle on the 7th, or no?
I was there when he blue starred the trunk area.
But it's your understanding that the practice, your practice, the practice of the Manchester Police Department is that when there is a presumptive positive, it is something that's preserved.
If we did a swab of an area, we would typically preserve it.
And that's what you did in the processing of the Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe, as you said on direct, that you preserved the ability to be able to look further at an item if there was a presumptive positive.
Yes, sir.
And again, you want to over collect as opposed to under collect.
I do.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything further?
Just briefly. Detective Lemmy, I just want to follow up with the items that you were asked about on cross-examination by Attorney Brooks. All of those items that you just identified, I think we talked about them on direct as well. Were they from the blue Audi that you processed?
The particular numbers that we reviewed, I believe, were from the Audi.
Was that the same Audi that was covered in mold?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. Do you know where that car was in 2020?
I do not.
How about 2021?
I do not.
How about 2022?
I know it was in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
At some point?
Yeah.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
I know that there was consent forms provided, I believe by 2 different people. One of them was Donna Demers. I'd have to review my notes to see the other one.
And does Anthony Badero stand out to you, that name?
It doesn't.
Okay. Same questions with the Chrysler Sebring. Do you know where that vehicle was in 2020,
I do not.
2021,
No.
2022?
It had been in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
Thank you, Detective Lemmy. No further questions here.
No recross.
You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 12:15, so a good time for our lunch break. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody, don't watch any social media, don't do any independent research. We'll come back in an hour, so please be back at 1:15. All right, 1:15, everybody. Thank you so much.
I'll let you adjourn.
Do we need to rewrap, or what do you need to do processing wise?
I would ask that Mr. Dido be able to repackage the items that he wrote.
Okay, one minute. All right, they can do it now. I just asked them to do it expeditiously so the court staff can have a break as well. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Dave, gray down. He's done. Sorry, do you want to gray down? Jamie, any objection to
you could remain standing and just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat, Ms. Redwich, and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, if you could just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Rachel Radwich. First is Rachel, last Radwich.
Ms. Radwich, how are you presently employed? What do you do for a living?
I work for the Manchester Police Department in the Evidence Division.
And how long have you worked with the Manchester Police Department?
It'll be 9 years this September.
In those 9 years, have you held more than one position with the Manchester Police Department?
I have. So I started off as a emergency communications dispatcher. And then after about 2 or 3 years, I began working in evidence as an evidence specialist. And then as of last July, I was promoted to the evidence supervisor.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities as an evidence supervisor?
So I primarily oversee the 3 evidence specialists that also work in my unit. I oversee the intake and collection of all evidence that comes into the evidence division, as well as maintain control of all of our storage rooms. Ensure that all policies and procedures are being followed, and just keeping up with day-to-day tasks, completing requests, that sort of thing.
You mentioned the intake of all evidence. And can you just walk the jurors through that process, how things are taken in by the Manchester Police Department?
So generally speaking, either a patrol officer or a detective from the investigative division is the one collecting items from the scene or whatever they're working. All of our lockers or storage units for temporary storage have a one-way locking mechanism. So essentially the officer puts the item in. Once they lock it and secure it, only someone from evidence can access that item. From there, we maintain that the packaging used was the proper packaging to maintain integrity of that item. And then we decide on proper storage for long-term purposes. For that, update the computer, make sure everything kind of checks out, and then put it away until it's needed for further analysis.
Ms. Radwich, you just mentioned that the detectives will collect things. Are you in a position where you go out and collect items?
So on large-scale scenes, my unit will be asked to assist, to include myself.
And you've mentioned evidence rooms, lockers, and storage units. Can you just describe those for the jurors so they're familiar? Are those all at the Manchester Police Department here in town?
Yes, so primarily most of our rooms are at Manchester Police Department. We have about 12 rooms on the second floor, all under the control of the evidence unit. It's limited access in, and then only the 4 of us in evidence can actually get into those rooms. We also have some outside storage areas for things that can't be brought in, so like explosives, bicycles. And then we have a room that's for ventilation. We call it our vented storage, so anything that isn't a drug item, which requires double security within the building, but still needs some sort of airflow due to the smell. That'll get stored in our vented storage. That way you're not bringing in something that stinks into the building to then permeate my office.
So, Ms. Radwich, I want to back up for just a second. To be an evidence supervisor, does that require any specific training or education?
So it requires experience in the evidence unit. I hold my Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science, as well as a Master's of Science degree in criminal justice. I've had training and certification through the International Association of Property and Evidence. And then there's also just on-the-job training that you get exposed to just through years of working in that division.
And do you do continuing, or have you done continuing training during your 9 years with the Manchester Police Department?
So I mostly stay up to date with case law, so local, state, and federal laws, make sure we're adhering to that. Stay up to date with our CALIA standards, which is accreditation for the police department, make policy changes as necessary to reflect that. And then I keep up with, technological advances. We work closely with the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab as far as different analysis that they're doing, keeping up with that Association for Property and Evidence, as well as we work closely with the FBI and the ATF, and kind of always maintaining a constant communication of where we need to be at to secure and maintain evidence.
Now, Ms. Radwich, I'd like to switch gears, and I want to talk about the case of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. What was your role, just generally, your role and involvement on the case of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
So for this case, I was still an evidence specialist, so I hadn't been yet promoted. And I had a few different roles within this, but primarily it was to assist the detective division for those large scale scenes, just to help maintain and document any evidence that's being brought in, ensure the integrity and packaging of those items.
Do you recall when your involvement on this matter began?
I want to say it was January 2022, and at that point, it would have just been primarily the intaking and storing of items coming in. At that point, it wasn't a full-scale investigation to what it ended up being. So just, different interview discs, paperwork, that sort of thing we were collecting through those one-way lockers and putting them into storage.
And you mentioned earlier that you're in charge of intake of all evidence that's brought into the Manchester Police Department. Are you aware of whether or not evidence has been brought to the Manchester Police Department regarding this case?
Yes, there has been a lot of evidence.
When you say a lot, what does that mean?
About 900 pieces, give or take.
Ms. Radwich, during your involvement in this case, did you ship items from the Manchester Police Department to DNA Labs International?
Yes, so we would take items being stored at Manchester Police Evidence Office, and I would transport it to a FedEx facility. Generally, we go to the one in Bedford, and do standard express overnight delivery of those items directly to DNA Labs International in Florida.
And I want to discuss specifically an evidence item bearing the evidence item number MER 3D-RL1 through RL18. Are you familiar with those items?
Vaguely. I know MER 3D is the ceiling tile, and then anything with the RL attached would be any of the rails or screws that were removed from that ceiling tile.
And can you just describe for the jury how you became familiar with the ceiling portion, the rails that you just mentioned?
Okay, so MER 3D is a large piece of drywalled ceiling tile. There's a vent opening with metal rails. I first became familiar with it when, of course, it came into my office and we needed to store it. I was also part of transporting that item to and from the lab being the state forensic lab. Once that came back to my office, after testing was done at the state level, I was then overseeing that piece of evidence being reopened essentially, so that the analysts could get smaller cuttings for a deeper analysis, only because transporting that ceiling tile was just becoming too much. It's very large, required two people. So it was decided that cuttings would be taken for further processing instead of transferring this massive piece back and forth.
And let me stop you there. You said that the analyst made the cuttings.
Yes.
Were you there when the analyst made the cuttings?
Yes.
And what was that analyst's name?
Kevin McMahon.
And that's an individual from the lab
Yes.
here in New Hampshire. Do you know whether he made specific markings on the areas that he cut?
There were markings made next to the squares that were cut out.
Following that interaction, did you have occasion to see that item again in your facility here at the Manchester Police Department?
Yes, so shortly after that time frame, that was mid to late June. And then about a month or so later, we again had to pull the ceiling tile out, and we brought it to our second floor training room, essentially to remove the metal rails from the piece of drywall. The reasoning for this is, again, it was really big, really bulky, and we wanted to see what was under those rails. So I was amongst a team of detectives. We took the ceiling tile that was stored securely in the evidence division. We wheeled it down in its packaging to the training room, which was right down the hall from my office. And then once there, we did what we needed to do to get those rails removed.
Do you recall with any specificity the detectives that you mentioned?
It was Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Lammy, Detective Bombard, and Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rahill.
Yes.
And so did you unpackage the item that day? You mentioned it was in July. Do you recall the specific day?
I want to say it was the 18th.
So on July 18th, did you unpackage the item for the detectives?
Yes. So once we got to the training room, we put down a clean piece of craft paper, put this item on top of it, and then just carefully open it up so as to not disturb the contents underneath. Of course, we had to use a knife to cut into it because it was wrapped in cardboard, given that it was drywall, so we didn't want it to bend and then break.
Did you have any impressions when the rails came off of that item of MER 3D?
Yeah, so first looking at the ceiling tile, you could see some like dark staining on the drywall backing. And then as the rails were being removed, you could see dark red, like crusted staining along the rails as well as slightly underneath. And as the rails were being removed by the detectives, I could smell just a foul odor coming from that piece of drywall as the rail was being lifted.
And were you familiar with that foul odor that you smelled?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jurors? How are you familiar with it, with the smell?
So the smell, I would call it like a pungent rotting smell. And I'm familiar with that, and I would associate that with decomposition. I know what that smell is like. I've worked on numerous crime scenes in which there was a body present. I've attended an autopsy, and I've also regularly handled evidence that comes in from death scenes.
At the Manchester Police Department, do you have a specific location for such items with body fluids decomposition?
So yes, that would be the ventilated storage, but given the importance of this piece of evidence and the amount of packaging that was wrapped around it, again, there was layers of cardboard. It was really maintained and sturdy. We kept that in our upstairs evidence room. That way it would be better preserved and the integrity would maintain through different weather changes, that sort of thing.
If I can have a moment. Thank you. No further questions.
No questions.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
Sometimes we have to take witnesses, not necessarily in order that we would like. But we'd like to call a particular witness, Mr. Yared Mondrag, to the stand, please, to take advantage of the translation services that are available to us today.
All right. The witness is coming, and then I'll ask the interpreter to step up as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. That would be great.
Take this one. Sir,
And the interpreter has been placed under oath
A la intérprete
to
se,
interpret to the best of her skill, knowledge, and ability.
a la intérprete se le ha puesto bajo juramento para que interprete a lo mejor de sus habilidades.
good afternoon, Mr. Mondrag.
Buenas tardes, señor Mondrag.
If you could please stand up for a moment,
Sí, por
please.
favor, se podría poner de pie.
And if you would please raise your right
Si puede
hand.
alzar la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear
Usted jura solemnemente
testimony you give this jury
que el testimonio que usted va a dar ante este jurado
will be the truth,
va a ser la
the
verdad,
whole truth,
la verdad completa
and nothing but the
y
truth?
solo la verdad,
So help you God.
bajo la ayuda de Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel
Gracias.
free to have a seat.
Puede tomar asiento.
Mr. Mondrag, as we're being recorded here today,
Señor Mondrag, ahora nos están grabando,
would you please state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
por favor, nos podría decir su nombre y también deletrear su primer nombre y su apellido.
Jared Brian Lujano Mondragón,
Jared Brian Lungano Mondragón.
YARD,
YARD.
And your last name, sir. Would you
Y su
spell your last name,
apellido?
please?
LUJANO.
Lugano, LUJANO.
And is that your full name, sir?
¿Y eso es su nombre completo, señor? Yes.
Sir, what town do you live in?
Señor, ¿en qué pueblo vive usted?
En Manchester,
En Manchester.
And how long have you lived in
¿Y
Manchester?
cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Manchester?
23 años.
23 years.
23 years. Okay.
23 años, ¿ok?
What do you do for work, sir?
¿En qué trabaja usted?
En drywall y metal frame.
En drywall and metal frame.
How long have you done that kind of work?
¿En cuánto tiempo ha hecho usted ese tipo de trabajo?
15 años.
About 15 years.
15 years. If I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Si me puedo acercar al testigo, por favor.
Here to show you what's marked States Exhibit 30.
Señor Lugano Mondrag, estoy aquí para mostrarle lo que se llama la prueba número 30.
Do you recognize this building?
¿Usted reconoce este edificio?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever done work at this building?
¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en este edificio? Yes.
What kind of work did you do there?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hizo usted allí?
Sí, rocky frame.
Sheetrocking, framing.
Do you know or have you ever met someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
¿Usted conoce o alguna vez ha conocido una persona con el nombre de Adam Montgomery?
No.
No.
And do you know or have you met with anyone by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
¿Y usted conoce o ha conocido a alguna persona con el nombre de Kayla Montgomery?
No.
No.
And that location where you did work installing sheetrock,
¿Y ese lugar donde usted hizo trabajo instalando el sheetrock?
did you ever live at that address?
¿Usted alguna vez vivió en esa dirección? No.
And other than doing the work for the sheetrock, have you ever been back to that address?
Fuera de hacer ese trabajo con el sheetrock ahí, ¿usted ha regresado a esa dirección?
No.
No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Defense counsel may
Gracias.
have
No
a few.
tengo otras preguntas para usted, la defensa.
And I have no question.
Y yo no tengo preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to please be excused then.
A su señoría pediríamos que excusen al testigo.
You are excused, sir.
Está escuchado. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Yes, thank you.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state calls criminalist Kevin McMahon to the stand.
Be careful of the wires, please, sir.
And Mr. McMahon, if you would please remain standing for a moment and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have
Welcome
a seat.
back to the transparency.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. McMahon, there's some water up there for you if you need it, or if you need a break at any time, please let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Would you please, because we're being recorded here today, state your full name, spelling both your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin, Kevin, middle initial G, and my last name is McMahon, capital MC, capital MAHON.
And Mr. McMahon, up until last year, where did you work?
I was formerly employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord, New Hampshire,
How long did you work for them?
for over 40 years.
And it's my understanding that you retired last year from there.
Yes, I did.
What was your position while you were working at the lab?
I was assigned to the Forensic Biology Unit,
And was there an official title that you had?
Criminalist 2.
And what does that mean to be a criminalist 2 at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Well, a criminalist 1 is an entry-level position. Criminalist 2 would be more of a journeyman level position, where you have more responsibilities or more duties assigned to you than a criminalist 1 would.
I understand you said that you were there for 40 years. What were the different units of the lab that you worked in during those 40 years?
I worked primarily in the forensic biology unit, although way back when it was just forensic serology. I was actually hired as a drug chemist, but then was transferred into the serology section. But over the years, I took on additional responsibilities, most of those dealing with the analysis of items of what are known as trace evidence, which would include the examination of hairs and fibers, the examination of paints and plastics, and the examination of automobile lamps, specifically the filaments in a lamp, for purposes of determining whether a taillight or a headlight was on or off at the time of a collision.
And Mr. McMahon, let me ask you, can you go through a little bit of what your educational background was, specifically in the area of dealing with serology and the identification of bodily fluids?
Well, I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in forensic science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. And both those programs were overseen by fairly well-known forensic biochemists at the time. And so it would be difficult for someone to go through that program without having a lot of experience and exposure to forensic serology. And so in addition to what I learned about forensic serology while undergoing my education, I underwent extensive on-the-job training soon after transferring to the serology section of the lab back in 1983.
And could you please explain what forensic serology is? What is that the science of?
So forensic serology is that area of expertise within the field of the forensic sciences that deals specifically with the identification and the characterization of blood and other body fluids as they are associated with physical evidence. And it's the screening process which in modern times immediately precedes DNA testing.
In addition to your educational background, have you received any specialized training after you obtain your degrees within that field of serology?
Well, over the years, I've had a number of opportunities to attend various schools and workshops and symposia dealing with various aspects of forensic science, some of those specifically dealing with forensic serology.
Are you a member of any professional organizations when it comes to serology or to detection?
Well, I'm a member in good standing of the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
And over your career, how many serological analysis or serology analysis would you estimate that you've made?
Serological analyses, I would estimate in the thousands or tens of thousands.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert witness in the subject of serology?
I have many times.
And were those in New Hampshire courts?
Yes,
And does that include this particular jurisdiction where we are today, Hillsborough County, Northern District?
it does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court to please qualify Mr. McMahon as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds that he is qualified as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McMahon, what was your involvement into the investigation into the death of Harmony Montgomery?
I was assigned as the point person, at least as far as any requests that were made by the Manchester Police Department for testing or examination of evidence for biological materials, primarily in this case, blood or hairs.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the evidence that you did do serology testing or at least examinations on in this case. It's my understanding that several of the items that you examined had no stain, that you saw nothing to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were a number of items that I examined and did not find any stains or deposits that I felt were characteristic of blood. And so no further testing was done beyond a mere physical examination.
And then were there other items that you looked at that you did test, but it turned out that they were negative for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there also an item or two that you tested that was positive for blood?
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to start then, understanding that those are three categories of things that you found. I want to start with some of the evidence that you tested that did not have blood on them, things that were examined and tested, but then did not have blood. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What pieces of evidence did you test that you found out that they did not have blood on them? And I'd like to start specifically with items that you tested on January 5th of 2022, excuse me, that you wrote in a report on January 5th of 2022. And would you like me to refer to the item names, or excuse me, the numbers that have been assigned to those items? Or do you have a copy of your reports available in case you need to refresh your recollection?
I have a copy of my entire case report. So you can either refer to the date of the report or the exhibit number so that I can verify what you're asking me.
And let me ask you, did you sit through a deposition, Mr. McMahon, on the same case?
I did.
And that the same file that you have with you today, is that the one that you had at deposition when you were able to answer Attorney Smith's questions on that day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith, to having him refer to his notes?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. McMahon, let me ask you specifically about a test that you did on an item listed as JMT8. JMT8. And first of all, what was the description that you had for that item?
It was a section of automobile carpeting, not from the passenger compartment, but from the trunk of an automobile.
And let me ask, we're talking about JMT8. Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I did not.
Okay. The testing on JMT8, what were the serological tests that you performed on that, and what was the results?
Well, I performed a physical examination
Thank you,
of
Jen.
this piece of carpeting by putting some white paper, some bench paper down on my examination bench, and then taking this section of carpeting out of its original container, laying it out on the bench, and examining it under the normal room lights. And maybe with the assistance of a flashlight, I did not see any staining on there that I thought was suggestive of blood. But knowing that dark colored substrates like this carpeting, which was black, I then employed the use of an infrared light source. It's basically another source of light, but rather than white light that we use for room lighting, it employs infrared light, and the image of what the camera is seeing is projected on a computer tablet. And during the course of this particular examination, I happened to notice a dark colored stain that was not visible under normal room lighting. And I tested that for the presence of blood, and that test was negative.
Did you also test another item with the same initials, JMT5, a T-shirt?
I did.
Okay, and similar.
Wow, Nancy and Jen, thank you so much. Nancy just made probably the whole chat go green. The kindness here is always making me speechless, and I think it's just a reflection of the environment that we've created here. So, mods, thank you. Subscribers, members.
What were the results on the?
I did.
Okay, and what testing did you perform on that piece of evidence?
Again, the testing always begins with a physical examination for deposits which you believe are reflective of or suggestive of blood. There were a number of stains on this particular cooler that seemed to resemble dry blood stains. Each of those was tested chemically in the laboratory by myself, and each of those tests were negative for blood.
With regards to that cooler, could you generally describe what it looked like?
It's a large red igloo portable cooler. It has wheels on it, so it can easily be transported if it's full of ice or other things. And it has a red body. It has a white lid on it and a white liner. And I believe it has like a retractable black metal handle on it, like
Talk about the
an
cooler.
old suitcase would.
So today was a big evidence day, forensic evidence. That's why they did the ceiling. Now they're doing the cooler that Kayla's mom testified to. These are all things that were examined, tested. I got some information on all of this as well.
That is exhibit JD47, the igloo cooler.
So this is the one that you tested.
Yes, sir.
And could you please just tell us generally, where did you test this item?
If I might refer to my notes.
Boston. I'm renting out the biggest Airbnb you can imagine. For
So I tested
Idaho.
a number of stained areas. 7 different areas.
Okay, 7 different areas in the cooler.
Did you say 7 different areas?
7 different areas.
Correct.
1 stain on the bottom of the base. Another stain on the right side of the base of the white top edge. Another stain on the red plastic base at the right front corner. Another stain at the left side of the base near the white top edge. Let's see, the 5th stain was on the left side of the lid on the edge. 6th was on the right front of the lid at the edge, and the 7th stain was on the right side of the lid at the edge. I drew a diagram to assist me in detecting where on the lid I actually.
And with regards to each one of those tests, were all of those in fact negative for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
What was your conclusion with regards to the test on those 7 areas?
Each of the results of each of the tests that I performed on those 7 areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Thank you. In this case, did Manchester Police Department ever inform you that some of the items that had been treated, for example, let's say JMT8, the stain in the trunk, did they ever tell you that some of these had been treated with a product by the name of Blue Star?
Yes.
And Let me ask, does
Let's get some
Blue
information
Star
on Blue
interfere
Star.
with the serological testing
Look up
that
Blue
you do?
Star. Get some information on Blue
In
Star.
and of itself, it does not.
Okay. Does it interfere with the DNA testing of these samples?
It reportedly does not.
What's the testing method that you use when you're testing for the presence of blood?
Idaho.
Well, in the laboratory, I would use a test that's known as the Castle-Mayer test, Kastle-Meyer, Castle-Mayer.
What advantage, if any, does the Castle-Mayer test have over a test like Blue Star?
Well, the benefit of the Castle-Mayer test over a test like Blue Star or some other tests similar to it is that the Castle-Mayer test enjoys a reputation of being both very sensitive and fairly specific. None of these blood detection tests are 100% specific, which means that occasionally they will provide you with a positive result, but it's actually a false positive result. The result that you're getting that you would ordinarily think is positive is in fact a false positive, and it's due to something in the sample that you're testing that you're unaware of.
So, with regards to the Castle-Mayer test, is that the test that the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory uses?
It is.
How long have you been using that test? How familiar are you with that test?
I've been using the Castle-Mayer test since college, and on day one in my introduction into forensic serology testing at the state police lab back in 1983.
Does the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab use Blue Star?
We do not.
Why not?
We prefer to use a different chemical for trying to find traces of blood at crime scenes. We use a chemical that's known as luminol.
And with regards to the concept of false positives, could you explain what false positives are when it comes to serology testing?
Well, in testing for the presence of blood, the tests that are available to us to detect the presence of blood all rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. In order for a screening test or a detection test to be of any value, it must test for something that's unique in whatever you're looking for. And the one thing that's unique about blood compared to other body fluids is blood has hemoglobin in it, where saliva and semen and other body fluids do not. So all of the blood detection tests rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. And in the Castle-Mayer test, we add a drop of a reagent that's made up of a chemical called phenolphthalein, and we look for a color change at that point. If in fact any of the known or well-recognized false positives are present in your sample, very often you'll see a reaction immediately after adding the phenolphthalein where you shouldn't. It's only after adding the second reagent, hydrogen peroxide, should you see a color change. And in the Castle-Mayer test, we're looking for the formation of a pink color. So if in fact I'm testing something for the presence of blood and I get that pink color after merely adding the testing reagent, the phenolphthalein, if I get a pink color there, that's a warning to me that the test isn't over yet. It's only halfway through, yet you're getting this pink color. And that would be considered a false positive reaction. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, you're quite taken back because you're not expecting to see that color so soon. It's only after adding the hydrogen peroxide that you should see the color form, if in fact blood is present. If no color forms, then you can safely conclude that blood is not present.
The hemoglobin that you're trying to detect, what does the first part of that heme, what does heme stand for?
Well, the hemoglobin molecule is fairly large and complex, and a major portion of it contains an iron atom. And that's the heme portion of the hemoglobin molecule, the part that contains the iron.
The part that contains the iron.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to now move on to some of the other evidence that you tested, understanding that. Did you test a section of drywall and a T-beam framing in this case that you referred to in your June 13th and then 15th report of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did you test a piece that was entitled MER 3D1, a piece of T-bar framing?
Yes.
Did you also test a piece called MER 3D-3B-1, a swab?
Yes.
And also, did you test any sort of cutting from a backing of a piece of drywall?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury how you came to examine this exhibit, made that cutting, and then made those tests or conducted those tests?
This large item of evidence was submitted to the laboratory and was opened up by my colleague, criminalist Martin Orlowitz. He was preparing to process this item of evidence for latent fingerprints. But knowing that there was another request for looking for bloodstains, I was called over to conduct that examination prior to his analyses. And after I had examined that item of evidence, I had found several areas that I had suspected that were possibly blood. And so I went about testing several of those areas for the presence of blood using the Castle-Mayer test. And each of the areas that I tested positive for blood.
Before you did that testing, you described before how you would do a physical examination of an item. Did you do that before you decided what areas to test?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And at any point, did you label anything on that piece of drywall, on that backing?
I did. So that it would be clear, if need be down the road, like today, to know exactly where I tested or I took my samples for testing. Every area that I performed a test on a sample from was numbered.
Okay. Numbered or lettered?
Well, in the cases of the deposits on the metal frame, they were each given a number. And then on the backside of the drywall portion of the exhibit, there was a very large discoloration, a stain that consisted of light and darker areas. And I elected to test 4 different parts of that one large stain. And that got not only a number, but a number 5, but also a letter, A, B, C, or D.
A, B, C, or D? So it was 4, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I believe, but if you could please go ahead and I think you may have already said this, what were your conclusions of testing those areas, whether they were positive for the presence of blood?
Each of those areas and everything I tested in that particular exhibit was positive for the presence of blood.
You stated that you were working with somebody else that day at the state lab. Could you say that name again?
Criminalist, that's his title, Martin Orlowitz.
And with regards to criminalist Orlowitz, what unit of the lab does he work in?
He works in the pattern evidence unit.
I'd like to ask some of the samples that you took, or the parts that you were able to cut out, make cuttings. Did you submit those for further DNA analysis inside the lab?
Yes, I swabbed the blood deposits that were on the metal frame because that was the most effective way of removing the blood from that metal surface by transferring it to a swab that had been moistened with something called digest buffer. As far as the stained area on the backing of the drywall, that had soaked into this very thin cardboard backing, and swabbing it would not have been as effective. And so what I did was I took a sterile scalpel, and I very carefully cut out a small square of the darkest stain on that cardboard backing of the drywall. I put that cutting into a coin envelope, and that coin envelope and the swabbings from the metal parts of the exhibit were forwarded to our DNA unit for DNA testing.
How did you label that cutting that went to the DNA unit for DNA testing, and how did you label the swab that went on for DNA testing?
So the cutting would have been labeled, if I might refer to my notes again.
Please do.
So as far as the metal swabbing, and I only took one of the four that I had available to me. I selected one as a representative sample, and the actual stain on the exhibit was exhibit MER 3B. And because this was now somewhat of a child of that, this swab was now MER-3B-1. As far as the cutting is concerned, again, it's the same exhibit, so it's going to be exhibit MER-3B. But this was that large stain area, which I called collectively stain 5, but then subcategorized each of the 4 stains in there as A, B, C, and D. And so the stain that went on for, or a portion of it that went on for DNA testing, because I didn't cut the whole stain out. The stain was large enough that I could cut out about a 1-inch square from the middle of it and still leave the rest of it behind. That I identified as MER-3B-5A.
Thank you. The DNA testing that you sent it along for, did you perform that testing yourself or someone else?
I did not.
Do you remember who that was that did do that testing?
That was performed by my colleague, criminalist Katie Swango.
And finally, Mr. McMahon, with regards to, I know we talked about a couple of specific items. It's my understanding that there were many other items that you swabbed and checked for serology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regards to those, were those either ones where no blood was found or that after a physical examination, there was no stain to test? With regards to the physical items, not hairs. So excuse me, I think anything other than the hairs that you were provided.
So that would be correct. All the other items that I looked at, with maybe the exception of 2, either did not find blood on them, or my testing of what looked like it could be blood was negative.
And with regards to the 2 that you thought that you might have located blood, let me ask, was one of them, to your recollection, a sweatshirt or a portion of a sweatshirt?
I think it was a portion of a sweater.
Okay. That's a portion of a sweater. If
Yes.
you could refer to your notes, I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yes, the 2 items that I'm referring to are exhibits JP 216, which is a pink sweater, and this is detailed in my report dated April 21st.
And JP 216, so that's the first 2 initials there are JP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regards to that sweatshirt, Do you know what kind of vehicle that came out of? Whether or not it was an Audi that came out of? Are
I
you
do,
aware of that?
I don't know what the source of where the item was collected from, but it's a sweater.
Sweater. Okay. And was there? You said there was one other item. Could you please
Right.
tell us what that one
The
was?
other one was JP 251, which was a length of twine.
And that also was a JP, I believe you said those initials.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know whether that came out of a blue Audi, or do you, similar to your last answer, you don't know where that item came from?
I do not know.
If I can just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, he's probably going to turn state's witness over for cross-examination. I'm going through what you see here is,
Good afternoon.
2.5 years
Good
of criminal
afternoon.
records.
One of the New Hampshire State Lab has a separate DNA lab, right?
That's correct.
And do you do DNA?
I do not.
Okay. And one of the reasons that things don't go directly to DNA is DNA kind of costs a lot of money. And you want to make sure that the testing is of something that may produce a DNA result.
That's correct. The vast majority of evidence that comes to the laboratory with a request to check for blood or semen or saliva typically goes through a serological examination first. And if we find something, usually only a portion of the original item gets forwarded on for DNA testing, not the entire item. We'll cut a stain out of a garment or out of a piece of drywall, like I just explained to you. When I don't find any type of a biological material, then that's where the analysis ends,
Okay.
and nothing would go on to DNA.
Right, because if it doesn't get through you, there's likely not DNA,
That's correct.
and that a DNA test would be a waste.
That's correct.
So that's not always the case that it goes through you, right?
Well, the vast majority of it is the vast majority of the evidence is subjected to some sort of a serological analysis by either myself or a colleague of mine.
Okay.
There are some items that would go straight to DNA, like a known DNA sample of one person or another. There's no need to perform any analysis on an item of evidence, which is a known sample from a known individual.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Have you seen this object before?
I have not.
Okay. And this is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes.
A toothbrush. There's been testimony about DNA tested in the lab and results found on the toothbrush. Why was it that didn't go through you?
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I could only surmise that for serological or biological testing, the area of interest in that particular item is so small. We're not looking for DNA on the parts of the handle. We're looking for DNA only on the part that goes into the person's mouth and makes contact with their teeth and gums. And that was so small. And the fear would be that there would be very little DNA present because it's a small surface area. And so rather than wasting sample on a serological test, because we're going to do DNA testing regardless, let's just reserve all of the sample for DNA testing. There are a few situations where even though my testing is negative, the item still goes on for DNA testing. And that's a few situations, and it's only done because we recognize that the sensitivity of the test that I perform is much lower than the sensitivity of a DNA test. So when I swab the mouth of a bottle that was left behind at a crime scene, and I test that swabbing for saliva and it's negative, that swabbing would still go on for DNA.
And essentially, we are talking about saliva, and that the area of interest on a toothbrush would be saliva.
That's correct.
And so pretty much no matter what, that's going to the DNA lab.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this isn't simply a procedure where people are doing things by rote. You actually consider the possibility of whether testing might consume DNA before DNA can actually be tested.
That's correct.
And if there's the possibility of that, you're going to send it straight for testing so that your tests don't consume or have any effect on the DNA that might be present.
That's correct.
To make sure that if it's there, it's going to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
There you had some testimony about JMT evidence, starting with the initials JMT,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was a section of black carpet, a child's t-shirt, and a child's pajama pants, right? Go ahead.
Yes,
Okay. And those, I think you were aware, were found in the trunk of a car?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And the same area where the toothbrush was found?
That I'm not sure I was aware of at the time.
Okay. And so you tested each of these items and they were all negative for blood.
That's correct.
And you talked about the testing, that if you saw a stain that looked like it might be blood, then you would take the next step and do some screening with the chemical.
That's correct.
In the black carpet, because a stain might be there and you might miss it, you do extra tests, right?
Right. That's when we re-examine the item using the infrared light source. That's correct.
So you don't assume, okay, I can't see anything. You're going to make sure that it's not there.
That's only done when the color of the substrate, the surface that possible blood is on, is dark enough that it might, by virtue of its dark color, interfere with my ability to see the blood stain. Items that are lighter colored, it would just get a standard physical examination under normal room lighting.
So the next step after you question, perhaps there's something there, you do that Castle
Mayor.
testing. And the black section of carpet from the trunk was negative for blood. The child's t-shirt, you checked that for, you examined it by sight to check for stains, right?
That's correct.
And you found several.
Yes.
And you tested them to see if those stains were just child stains or blood.
Well, I'm not sure I would describe it that way, but there are a number of stains on a green sweatshirt.
Turquoise, perhaps?
Okay, I wasn't exactly sure which one you were speaking
All
about.
right, JMT5.
Okay. I was thinking of another item, but yeah, I conducted an examination of it. Again, if I my notes. I conducted a physical examination of this child's t-shirt, and because the sleeves of the t-shirt were dark blue, the body of the shirt was this turquoise, I conducted an additional physical exam using the infrared light source and looking for additional staining on the sleeves.
And so that was negative for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
And then there was pajama pants, a child's pajama pants found in this.
Okay, really quick, I want to explain what the defense is doing right here. The defense is going to try to show that there is no blood. Like they're looking for blood, meaning the reason that the blood is so important, because if Adam is punching where's this blood? Where's the blood? So that's what she's trying to drive home is Adam already conceded to certain crimes, his conceding of guilt. And so, but it doesn't, or what she's attempting to do, the defense attorney is trying to do, is show that we've already conceded to that. What you are testifying to, you don't have the cause and the manner of death, which Kayla, you know what I mean? Like, could it be Kayla? Could it be him? Well, Kayla's story is that there's supposed to be all this blood because he repeatedly was hitting her, right? And then she talked about seeing dry blood on, Harmony's face, things like that. But let's see if she can get that point, to the jury.
Would. And you understand that the initials reflect the officer that has collected and bagged or whatever the evidence.
I do. That's a common practice in law enforcement.
And there has been testimony that was JP referred to an Officer Pittman. And these items were from the Audi. Were you aware of that?
At that time, no.
Okay. And same sort of testing to determine whether or not there was a presence of blood.
That's correct.
And if there was a question in your observation, you would take the next step and check for either a light source or the Castlemeyer.
That's correct.
And the results were a little bit mixed. Some you did not find the presence of blood. Some you had to do additional screening for blood.
That's correct.
And 2 items I think that you testified of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About 15 items that were JP something.
Do you want me to double check your math?
We can do approximates if you want.
Well, excluding hairs. I can only find 9 that are JP.
Are you looking at your report of 1/20/22? And then
Yep, there's 2 items there.
Pardon?
2 items there.
4/21/22? Oh, the next one's 1/26/22.
Yep, those are the hairs.
Okay. And then 4/21/22.
7 items there.
7, 8, 9, 10, 13.
But you're including the hairs.
Yes.
Okay. 14.
Okay. Good thing.
14 in total.
Okay. And speaking of the hairs, you found 1 specimen, and it's a JP hair, 1 specimen suitable for DNA analysis and send it on, right?
With respect to JP 185, yes.
And then with respect to JP 202, a couple of hairs to go to the DNA.
That's correct.
And other hairs didn't actually have any DNA in them.
Well,
or you couldn't detect.
no. I guess for the remaining hairs, based upon my microscopical examination of the hairs, I had determined that they were likely unsuitable for a DNA analysis.
Okay. So then you also testified on direct about a pink woman's sweater screening positive for blood, right?
That's correct.
a length of twine, which was JP 251, screening positive for blood.
That's correct.
And you sent those two on for DNA analysis.
That's correct.
And if these items were found in a motor vehicle that had been sitting out in the weather for a very long time, subject to heat, subject to cold, and subject to mold, apparently, you were still able to find presence of blood on those items.
That's correct.
And environment can degrade
Are you guys hearing this?
blood or DNA,
Possibly, yes.
and it may not.
That's correct.
And so the fact that something has been in the environment doesn't mean that any blood that's been there has degraded.
That's correct.
And the fact that something has been subject to heat and cold doesn't mean that any blood that had been present would be degraded.
That's correct.
Now remember, this is the state's expert, so the defense has their own expert. This is the state's expert.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think, one moment, Your Honor, please.
Okay. Now, y'all want to talk about some Brian Kohlberger shit? That car having
The
nothing?
DNA lab as well. Drywall paneling.
Yes, ma'am.
Paneling, ceiling, I don't know what to call it. Drywall, you have it as drywall paneling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's testimony that this was taken from a ceiling, would that be consistent with your description?
Yes, although I couldn't describe it in my notes or in my report as a part of a ceiling because that's assuming I knew where it came from, and I can't take that assumption into account. So I just describe what it is as it's presented before me.
Thank you.
Okay, so with the probable cause, they said they were awaiting all of these test results.
That you saw necessarily came from the ceiling. Is that something where to be able to say that you'd have to talk to the person that actually took it from the ceiling or took it from a wall?
I'd either have to be there during its collection. I'd have to get its source or from where it came from someone whose opinion I trusted. Or a third option would for it to be described that way when it was submitted to the laboratory on the paperwork that's submitted with evidence. But I'm still the final say for how an item is described. That may have come from a ceiling, and I'm certain it probably did. It's just that wasn't so apparently obvious to me that I had to describe it as what it actually was.
Two other quick questions for you. You were asked a moment ago about JMT5.
What are the
t-shirt.
dates on these
You described
reports?
how, on cross-examination, that the sleeves were darker, that dark substrate that you talked about earlier, and that's where you used the infrared light.
That's correct.
Did you make any notation the fact that that t-shirt was a size for an 18-month-old?
I did make a
Copy off my
notation
paper.
in my notes
We'll all be in trouble.
where I
We'll all
can
fail.
about the garment manufacturer's name and the size.
When did his reports come back?
And again, I'm referring to my notes. I described exhibit JMT5 as a blue/teal long sleeve t-shirt. Furthermore, it's a children's long sleeve t-shirt with a turquoise colored body and dark blue sleeves. The brand name is Just One U, and the size was 18M.
You were asked about the toothbrush with regards to that going not through serology but directly to DNA. And I believe that you were asked whether or not the toothbrush would have saliva on it. a small part of the toothbrush would have saliva on it. Do you recall that question a moment ago?
To some degree, yes.
In addition to the saliva, would it also have cheek cells or other cells from the gum or the lining?
It's inferred that it would. I mean, it's a motorized toothbrush. Assuming that we use it in the fashion for which it was intended, it's reasonable to expect that the end of the toothbrush that you would insert into your mouth could bear deposits of saliva, and that saliva would contain cellular material from the gums or from the cheeks of the mouth.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Just also very, very quickly, the turquoise child's long sleeve t-shirt you said was specifically what age? 18 months?
Well, it said 18M on the fabric label.
Okay. So toddler-ish.
I assume so, yes.
Okay. And the pajama pants similarly?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
One pair of dark gray fleece children's sleep pants with a red, white, and black winter holiday pattern. The brand was Holiday, # or hashtag, if you will, Fam Jams, FAMJAMS, size XS 4/5.
That's hers.
And I take it you're not going to interpret what that size means, but it's
Extra
SS.
small.
Okay.
4 to 5 years old.
I'm guessing 4 or 5 in children's clothing typically refers to the approximate age
Okay.
of the child that would wear that size clothing.
Okay. And the pink sweater was an adult woman's sweater.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any objection?
Yes.
May I be excused?
You may.
But sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:30. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. So I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other. Don't do any.
Okay, so again, when they did the probable cause, everything that was set to be testing, everything came back. Either we're waiting and pending results or negative at that point, which would have been October 25th, 2022 was when the probable cause was written up to arrest, the probable cause for the arrest warrant of Adam Montgomery for 4 counts. Second-degree murder, tampering with witnesses and informants, falsifying physical evidence, and the 4th, abusing of corpse. Now, he just testified that all of the elements over the course of all of the time didn't degrade anything enough that he was able to get his results. So my question then is when we're looking at other cases, I know that people have testified to that DNA does the degrading of DNA and makes it harder. So Brian Kohlberger, for example, in his case, people want to say he cleaned the shit out of it. There was nothing there, right? But I bet you they put that they were still testing some things. We'll see. But even after those tests, that's even so what Ann Taylor said. Again, she's concerned with the blood. I can't believe that there wouldn't be anything in that cooler. I don't know how, I still don't understand how, I don't even want to think about it. But at the end of the day, in the probable cause, it said they were pending results of testing. I think that they did an extraordinary, amazing job with how they gathered everything to do with the ceiling. Hands down, awesome. They did a good job. Again, they're trying to prove Kayla's version of events, right? Because it's Kayla's words versus Adam's attorney's words, I guess you could say. Curious to know if there was any odor in that courtroom once they went ahead and cut everything off and unsealed everything. Let's take a look. There we go. Show you guys a picture. This is the bathroom of their apartment. Okay. This was obviously not, this was it when they went in on 6/4/14. So this isn't how it looked when they had the place, okay? Now, what helped Kayla's story is right here, where it should be noted that the service request was executed on 2/27/2020 at 644 Union Street, Apartment 2, where Adam and Kayla lived. The request read, make a snake, tub, and fix lever. This service request was 5 days after Adam's employment ended at Portland Pie Company. They also signed the lease to move in there on 2/20. Okay. That was at the apartment at 644. All right. So remember, because Kayla said that he took the body to his workplace. So again, the reason this is all important is because it would just be Kayla's word, and she's a known liar, right? So we need proof. So they went and that's why this is so important and the findings of it. So they're going to have their expert talk about the findings from this, and then this would have been turned over to the defense's expert to do their testing on it. But I'm just interested to hear there at the end talk about it. It went through all the elements. You were throwing parts from a car and then just loading it up in this trunk. In the back seat, snow was going in it. You're taking doors off, so snow's getting in the car. They said mold. Let me show you where they did the testing. Some of it came back. All right, so hold on. This was that's that cooler. Let's see. Harmony's body moved to families in transition shelter on Lake Avenue. Okay, so law enforcement previously knew, and Kayla confirmed in her. This is her proffer on 6/3, the interview, that after leaving her mother's house, the family at Adam, Kayla, Seamus, and Declan moved into families in transition, fit 177 Lake. This approximately happened on 12/30/2019. In her proffer interview, Kayla said that the Under Armour bag with Harmony's body was brought to the fit shelter as well. Kayla said that Adam placed it in the ceiling vent in the bedroom. Kayla stated that during this time, there was liquid coming from the bag containing Harmony's dead body, and there was an odor. She said Adam placed a trash bag around the bag, that duffel bag, to keep it from leaking. That's the picture that they showed in the courtroom today. They went ahead and did this search. I paid attention to the date. They went and searched it the date after Kayla gave her. They immediately went there. Okay. Then detectives removed the vent in order to check the top side to check Kayla's story. Okay, let me. There, next to the opening for the ceiling vent, detectives located a large area of staining. So this was a large area that they presented in the courtroom. This is from the probable cause. So what I like to do is I want to continue to compare the probable causes that people write up for the affidavits that they get for arrest warrants, right? Just, that's how I like to do things to look. We have a probable cause in Brian Kohlberger's, right? We've been talking about it for over a year. So this is a probable cause, and then comparing it to how they testify and what new comes about it. They say like, oh, they're not going to put everything in a probable cause. They're holding back stuff. Well, I'll let you guys decide here on this part. So this area is directly next to the ceiling vent where Kayla Montgomery described that Adam Montgomery put Harmony's deceased body in the Under Armour bag. Detectives noted that this area had a smell consistent with decomposition. This is exactly what the guy testified to today, verbatim. The photo below was taken by a detective who was standing up in the ceiling vent hole after the vent was removed. The area of staining is circled. Okay. Then next that he testified to, a large section of the ceiling was removed and seized, which included the stained metal framing and the hole for the ceiling vent. The ceiling vent itself was also seized. The photo below shows the area and metal framing that was seized. The area of the staining is, again, circled. So they took the whole thing, right? That's what we just saw them do and unpackaged everything. Then in the probable cause, forensic testing of the ceiling section, the ceiling with the metal frame attached together with the vent were submitted to the state lab. Who's on the stand? Serology. So you got that DNA, latent friction ridge, fingerprints. So they processed all of everything that you're seeing right here. This is what they're testifying to. In a report dated 6/10/2022, Orowski's criminalist at the state lab wrote that 13 areas of friction ridge detail were developed, 6 on the metal framing attached to the sheetrock and 7 on the metal vent itself. In a report dated 7/6/2022, this criminologist noted that not all areas of friction ridge detail were sufficient to identify. Okay, so they were not sufficient to be identified, and some of the areas contained multiple impressions. Your criminologist noted and analyzed 10 identifiable prints. This is again what everything has been testified to right here that you guys just saw, breaking it down. This criminologist matched all 9 of the identifiable impressions from the metal vent to Adam Montgomery, 3 to his left middle finger, 2 to his left little finger, 1 to his left ring and middle fingers, 1 to his left index finger, 1 to his right index finger, and 1 to his left palm. Both Adam and Kayla Montgomery were excluded from the impression from the metal framing. So that impression was subsequently searched through multiple automated biometric identification systems. And that's, I think, who you just heard from. The guy that needed the interpreter. Okay. Because he was one of the maintenance, he did the drywalling, right? So then on 6/9/2022, the state lab confirmed, so this would have been like on 6/4/2022, they got into that room. Then by 6/9, so 5 days later, the lab confirmed serology testing on the ceiling section produced several positive samples for human fluids. The state lab attempted DNA analysis on the ceiling section, but it was not successful due to what has been explained to me as the presence of potential inhibitors, which prevented further analysis. 2 samples were cut from the area of staining and 1 from the framing, and they were sent to DNA Labs International in Florida, as was Harmony's DNA profile as obtained from the toothbrush. Do you understand that if that toothbrush wasn't there, there was nothing to compare any of these samples to? That's how important, when people want to say, what's the importance of the toothbrush? The importance of the toothbrush is you wouldn't have been able to have anything to compare because there was nothing. Again, this is straight from the probable cause. And this is everything that's being testified to here today. Okay. So let's take a look here. So what they did is they obtained Crystal's DNA profiles obtained via consent and Adam's DNA profiles obtained via a search warrant. When tested, one of the samples from the stain and the sample from the metal framing had an insufficient amount of DNA and no further analysis was performed. The other sample from the stain indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. Due to the complex nature of the mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes. Subsequently, the decision was made to send the entire ceiling section to DNA Labs International with the expectation that seeing the section, that they would be able to determine and identify the best areas for testing versus them just cutting pieces and sending it to them. This is why they sent the whole ceiling. And that was a wonderful decision. Okay. Prior to sending the ceiling sections, the metal framing was removed. When the metal framing was removed, darker staining was observed under some of the metal framing pieces. This staining appeared to have emanated from the area of staining that was first observed, as if the cause of the first area of staining had also wicked beneath the bordering metal framing. The darker staining was thick in some areas and had a texture, and it had a scent consistent with decomposition. Want to make sure they're not back. Drove it to Florida to preserve evidence. Exactly. They didn't fly it. They drove it. You heard that testimony, right? They rented that car and drove it to Florida, right? Okay. All right. I think we're back in the courtroom. even though what I is important, but hold on. Okay, here we go. Don't worry, I'll continue on breaking it down for you guys. I just personally believe that when I looked at this 43 pages of a probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Adam Montgomery, and I see everything that's in here, 43 pages, and then when I see being testified to, I see it being right with this. Like I said, you guys can be. There was stuff that didn't come back yet because the results weren't in. Oh, did I pause it or did I mute it?
I work for the state of New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
Okay. Wait.
What's your current position with the forensic laboratory?
I'm a latent print examiner.
And how long have you worked for the New Hampshire State Lab?
Since October of 2019.
And prior to that, any experience with a forensic laboratory?
I worked from October of 2016 to July of 2019. I worked for the State of Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory.
And how long were you with the Alaska State Crime Lab?
Between October 2016 and July 2019, so almost 3 years.
What was the role that you held while you were while you were employed at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
I was doing latent print processing as well as crime scene processing for the lab.
And when you say crime scene processing, what did that look like when you were at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
Okay, so everything I just talked about and these prints, this is this guy that's going to testify to that. Let's see how much of the probable cause matches what he's about to testify to. So think about the Brian Kohlberger case, okay?
Searching for fingerprints or tire tracks or blood, those sorts of things.
And was that for the entire state? So all the way from Utqiagvik up north to Ketchikan down south?
Yes, it was.
You also mentioned latent print analysis.
Yes.
And did you do that in your current role or in your role with the Alaska State Crime Lab or both?
My role in Alaska was more specifically just latent print processing, which was evidence processing to search for latent prints or fingerprints, as they're more colloquially known. In New Hampshire, I do the second portion of latent print processing, which is the analysis and comparison.
And which unit for the state of New Hampshire, which units have you worked in?
The name of my unit is the Pattern Evidence Unit.
What are your primary duties and responsibilities in that unit?
In New Hampshire, I'm doing latent print processing, so processing evidence to find fingerprints or friction ridge evidence, as well as doing the comparisons, so analyzing any impressions that I find to determine if they're of value for comparison, and then comparing them to known record impressions to see if I can determine the source that they may have come from.
Mr. Orlowitz, what areas do you specialize in at the state lab?
Just fingerprints.
And I want to talk about your background, your training. Can you tell us what your educational background is?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New Hampshire in biology. That's my educational experience. Outside of that, my training specific to my duties, I went through roughly a 6-month program in the state of Alaska to learn how to process evidence for latent prints. And then when I moved to New Hampshire and started at the lab here, I went through roughly another 10-month training program to do the analysis and comparison portion. This training program is sort of like a residency program. So it's shadowing personnel who are already employed at the laboratory while doing my own independent research and study in those areas to become competent. And then there's final competency exams before I'm allowed to do any independent work.
You mentioned your Bachelor's of Science. What year did you obtain that degree?
2015.
I want to talk about the New Hampshire State Police training program for friction ridge detail. Are you familiar with that program?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
So that was the residency program that I was just describing. So it's an in-depth program where any trainee, myself included, who goes through is learning about friction ridge processing, analysis, and comparison for an extended period of time in order to become competent in the field.
And Mr. Orlowitz, do you currently hold any certifications in your field?
I do.
Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I have a certification from the International Association for Identification for latent print examining.
Can you also tell the jurors what you have to do to become a latent print examiner?
In order to, there's an application process to take the certification test. So I had to put together a packet showing my experience and training in the field, as well as showing that I was currently employed in the field and doing latent print comparisons. I believe the certification mandates that you have to have at least 2 years experience doing latent print comparisons before you can take the certification test. So that was submitted to the certification board. And then when they deemed that I met the qualifications for the test, they sent the written and practical portions of the test, which I completed and passed.
When did you obtain that certification? What year?
2021.
And Mr. Orlowitz, about how many fingerprints would you say you've personally examined over the course of your career, both here and in Alaska?
Thousands.
Is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that accreditation is?
Our accreditation is through the American National Accreditation Board. It's a third-party company, essentially, that reviews any work policies at our laboratory and makes sure that they are meeting industry standard, and then also makes sure that we are adhering to those policies in our day-to-day work. They come through every 4 years for an on-site review and every 2 years, I believe, for a document review to make sure that we can hold our accreditation for the laboratory.
And Mr. Orlowitz, as part of your role with the lab, do you have to undergo continuing education?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is, what that requirement is?
So in order to maintain my certification through the IAI, I have to have a minimum number of continuing education credits in each 4-year period between my certification tests. So I'm routinely searching for new courses to help bolster my training and experience that in regards to latent prints.
How often would you say you undergo those new courses that you mentioned?
I'm actually in one right now, so fairly often.
Fairly often.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint and palm print analysis in a superior court here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
How many times?
Once that I remember off the top of my head.
And how about a superior court in Alaska?
Not for fingerprint analysis, no.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to have criminalist Orlowitz qualified as an expert in the field of fingerprint and palm print identification.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds him so qualified.
Mr. Orlowitz, before we move on, I want to talk about, I want to teach the jurors exactly what fingerprint palm print analysis is.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to look at several slides, demonstrative slides?
Yes.
Do you feel like those slides would aid the jurors in understanding what you do, exactly what it is that you do?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, permission to publish some.
May we approach?
Yes.
They're up there on the sidebar right now. They want to talk about some things, but he is admitted as the expert that's going to be talking about the fingerprints that we just showed from the probable cause. So this is the again, we are in a sidebar here. I'm interested to hear about what this is about, the sidebar. I mean, like I said, he's going to be testifying to the fingerprints. So
No. Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Rowland, just to clarify, the demonstrative photos that you reviewed prior to testifying today, nothing to do with this case. Is that correct?
No, as far as I know, they're just stock images of fingerprints or friction-rich skin.
So, Mr. Rolowitz, what is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint or friction-ridged skin is the skin that's on the grasping surfaces of your palms and your fingers, as well as on the bottoms of your feet and your toes. Its name implies its function. Friction-ridged skin provides friction to those surfaces of your hands and your feet in order for you to be able to better grab things.
And what are some of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint, in the science of fingerprint and palm print analysis, identification and analysis?
So, two of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint analysis and comparison are that the friction-ridged skin that you are born with is unique to you. So, any individual has unique patterns and flows of friction-ridged skin across their hand. And then the other fundamental is persistency of that detail. So the details that are present in your friction-ridged skin should persist throughout your life, barring any catastrophic change.
And the images that are depicted on the screen there, what do they depict?
These two images, the image on the left shows a fingerprint, specifically the distal phalange of a finger, the one furthest from the palm. It's showing the friction-ridged skin present on that. And then the photo on the right is showing a palm print, or a portion of the palm print. This portion of the palm is called the interdigital palm. It's just underneath where the fingers meet the palm, and it's showing the friction-ridged skin there.
Can you tell the jurors what a latent impression is?
Latent impressions are, rather than your physical skin, your friction-rich skin, a latent impression is a chance impression that might be left behind when an individual touches an object. So the residue that is present on your skin may deposit itself onto a surface, leaving a copy, essentially, of your friction-rich skin on that surface. It can also be the inverse, where if a surface is dirty, your friction-rich skin could lift up the contaminant that's on that surface, leaving almost a negative image of your friction-rich skin behind.
Can you tell the jurors what a known impression or known print is?
Known impressions they're also referred to as exemplar impressions or record impressions. So these impressions are taken anytime someone is fingerprinted. These are a known recording of an individual's friction-rich skin. Traditionally, these were done with ink, by rubbing ink onto someone's finger and then rolling that finger on a piece of paper to record that. Now there's digital systems that capture the same information.
And how are fingerprints deposited onto an item?
So again, latent prints, it's a chance recording. So there's a possibility of when someone touches something that friction-rich detail can be left behind if some of the residue that's on your hand stays on the surface, or if residue that's on the surface comes away on your hand.
So is it like what you'd see on TV where if someone touches something, it always leaves a fingerprint?
Not always. There's a variety of factors that may inhibit deposition of friction-rich detail. The easiest one that I can think of is if someone was wearing gloves. When I work in the laboratory, I wear gloves so that I don't leave fingerprints on the things that I'm working on. That's the easiest way to inhibit deposition.
What determines, other than the gloves, what determines whether fingerprints are left on an object?
There's other types of surfaces that are very difficult for fingerprints to be left behind on. So for instance, clothes, these types of porous surfaces, they don't hold friction-rich detail or fingerprints very well. Surfaces that do hold fingerprints very well are nice, smooth, non-porous surfaces, or things like pieces of paper, the adhesive side of tape. Those things hold fingerprints very well. It also depends on environmental factors. So if the surface is very wet, the likelihood that a fingerprint may remain goes down. If a fingerprint may also be deposited, but then later be washed away if it's raining. So there's a variety of factors that go into deposition.
And how long do fingerprints generally remain on an object?
It's difficult to say exactly how long a fingerprint may stay on an object. Again, it depends on environmental conditions. So if, to give an example, if a fingerprint is left on an exterior window in the baking sun, and then it rains the next day, and then we go through some New Hampshire weather and it snows or we have a nor'easter, there's a higher chance that that fingerprint is going to be washed away or wiped away than, say, a fingerprint that is inside a house on a metal fridge that gets touched, every day. Likely there will be fingerprints there much longer.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Once you've received a fingerprint, how do you go about analyzing it?
When I'm looking at fingerprints, I'm trying to analyze any of the information that's present within them. So the information that I'm looking at is a macroscopic to a microscopic feature. Generally, we describe these as level 1, 2, and 3 detail.
Mr. Orlowitz, how is an identification made and a comparison conducted?
A comparison is conducted by taking the analyzed latent impression and then comparing it to known impressions or a record impression to determine if there's the same source or if they're not the same source. An identification specifically is a conclusion that can be rendered if it's my determination that the latent print and the record impression have enough detail in similarity in order for me to say that they came from the same source.
And so the screen shows this methodology ACE. Can you describe that to the jurors?
This is the analysis, comparison, and evaluation methodology that I use on every case that I work. This is the methodology that most latent print examiners in the field use. So analysis is, again, assessing the detail. So assessing those macroscopic and microscopic features, those 3 levels of detail. Once that's done, I would move to the comparison phase, comparing the latent impression that I analyzed to known record impressions. And then my evaluation is my final conclusion of my comparison phase. So whether I identify the print, which is, as I said, when it's my opinion that the 2 impressions came from the same source, or if I exclude the print, meaning that the latent impression and the record impression, I believe, are from different sources, there's a third conclusion I can come to called inconclusive. This conclusion is used if the record impressions that I have available to me are too low quality in order for me to definitively say whether the latent print came from them or did not come from them.
Mr. Orlowitz, can you walk us through that identification process and the different levels of detail that you're looking for to make a comparison?
So during my analysis, again, assessing the details present in the latent print, I like to think of it as starting with a macroscopic view of the impression and then moving to a microscopic view. There's 3 levels of detail. The first level of detail is ridge flow. So how the ridges themselves are flowing across the finger or across the hand. In fingerprints specifically, there are 3 pattern types that are typical to see. There is an arch pattern type, a loop pattern type, and a whorl pattern type. Those are helpful in determining anatomical source and orientation. If I can see a pattern type, I can determine this likely came from a distal phalange portion of the finger, and I can usually determine which orientation is up on that, which direction would be up on that latent impression. Because all I'm assessing with level 1 is the ridge flow, I would not make an identification just based off of that ridge flow. Lots of people in the population share pattern types. So a lot of people have whorls, a lot of people have loops, a lot of people have arches. That's a macroscopic detail. But the microscopic detail, level 2 and 3, is where I can begin to make an identification.
So let's discuss level 2 detail.
The level 2 detail is ridge path formation or deviation. So this is moving from looking at the entire latent print to looking at one single ridge at a time. And what I'm determining and looking at in my analysis is where these ridges are ending, where they're splitting, where there's smaller ridges. So I'm searching for attributes specific to each ridge. A grouping of these attributes can be used to identify a latent print to a source.
So I see bifurcations up there. Can you describe what that is for the jurors?
Bifurcation would be where a ridge splits from one ridge into 2 ridges. A ridge ending is exactly what it sounds like. It's where a ridge ends. And then a dot or a short ridge is just a very small segment of ridge instead of a longer portion.
And can you just identification process in terms of level 2 detail? What are we looking at on this slide? What are we looking at on this slide?
So this is this photo is showing specifically those 3 features that I just mentioned: bifurcations, ridge endings, and dots. It's pointing them out in the greater ridge flow in the larger image, and then zooming in to show you the exact feature in the smaller images.
Let's discuss level 3 detail.
Level 3 detail, this is the most microscopic level of detail that I use during my comparisons. This level of detail goes from looking at a single ridge to looking at the exact characteristics and attributes of that one ridge. So where the pores are present on top of the ridges, what the edges the edge shape of the ridges look like. This level of detail is not commonly recorded in latent impressions or record impressions because it is so microscopic. But when it is present, it is highly discriminating and highly useful in identification and exclusion decisions.
Can an identification be made in all cases?
No.
And what does it mean if you cannot find a fingerprint when you're during your analysis?
Do you mean if I don't develop any on evidence, or?
Correct. Yes.
So if no fingerprints are developed on evidence that I'm processing, I can't say whether or not that item was touched or had ever been touched. Like I said before, there's a large number of factors that go into deposition of a latent print, as well as if that latent print remains on the surface. And I have no knowledge or control of those factors before the evidence gets to the laboratory.
So if a fingerprint or friction ridge is not observed on one of the items you're analyzing, does it mean that that was not touched?
No.
And I think you touched on this earlier, but speaking generally, what variables may cause a fingerprint not to be detected on one of the items that you're analyzing?
The fingerprints may be wiped away over time if an object contacts another object, or if something is cleaned, as well as environmental factors. So latent print residue is a combination of waters, fats, amino acids. Over time, those things degrade, they evaporate. So there's a potential that the print could itself just disappear.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to switch gears and discuss State v. Adam Montgomery. Did you conduct analysis in this matter?
Yes.
And what did you process?
I processed 5 items of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory for latent print impressions.
And I want to begin with an item with the evidence number JD47. Does that item stand out to you?
Yes.
What was that item, or what is that item?
I remember that item being a red Igloo brand cooler.
Do you think you'd recognize that if you saw it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is JD47, the red Igloo brand cooler that I processed at the laboratory.
Is that a true and correct copy of the item that day?
Yes, it appears so.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike State's Exhibit 29 for identification.
No objection.
All right, the idea is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so if you can just point to, let's talk about this. Did the item arrive in your laboratory that way, appearing as it does in this image?
To my recollection, yes, it did.
And are there stickers placed on this item?
There are, yes, several.
And had this item, at the point that this image was taken, had it undergone analysis?
I don't recall if it had gone through my laboratory analysis at this point. I believe, I don't want to speculate on that. I don't recall if that was before analysis, but I believe it might have been.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
It's after because it was sealed up. He's just making sure. Because if it has that seal, it's usually after it was done. Or if he had the seal, it's because it had to then be broke. So he's going to have to show 2 different exhibits here. When they say it's stricken as an ID.
It is State's Exhibit 28.
That just means it was only for identification purposes, and now it's
Having
moving as
seen
an
this item,
exhibit.
does
Just so you guys know.
refresh your recollection on whether or not image State's Exhibit 29 had undergone analysis?
Again, I don't believe it went through latent print analysis before that image was taken.
Okay. At some point, did it?
Yes, it did.
And you conducted that analysis?
Yes.
And again, you identified it in the photograph there. Would you recognize that item if you saw it today?
Yes.
Marky, that's not going to prove that he did it. It's proving that they both he already conceded to this part of it. So I don't necessarily agree with that. That proves that.
Mr. Horowitz, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 73, and I'm just going to ask that you stand. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this the item that you conducted testing on?
Yes, it is.
Remove it from the bottom, from the bag.
Part of the jury instructions are you are allowed to believe or disbelieve any different parts of a witness's testimony. Just because you may not believe that part of it doesn't mean that this other part that they're talking about, is the truth. So those are part of the jury instructions.
Examining, is this that item?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that it's that item?
I recognize the item from when I processed it. I also believe if it's the same packaging or the packaging is present inside from when I analyzed it at the laboratory, my initials should be on a evidence tape seal. It looks like it may have been repackaged since I processed it.
What?
So this is a true and correct. This is the item. That you,
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID State's Exhibit 73.
Why would it be?
Objection? Objection. The ID is stricken. It's marked as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes, you may.
Wow.
Mr. Orlowitz, you mentioned processing that item, analyzing it. What were the results of that analysis?
I did not find any friction ridge detail on that exhibit.
No friction ridge detail.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
No friction ridge detail on the whole entire cooler. At times the cooler was wiped down. Right? Or maybe it just over time. Kayla's mom's testimony is that she hadn't used that cooler in like 2 years and it just sat in her closet.
Mr. Olowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 109 through 135.
I would expect her mom's fingerprint to be on
I'm
Kayla's
just gonna
mom's
ask
because
that
she used
you
it.
review each of those items in turn.
She would have used it after 2 years. I mean, maybe she didn't use it. That's what she testified to, that she didn't use it. I clean my coolers, so when you get, I take my coolers jet skiing and there's sand all up in them, and I'm always washing my coolers out. I mean, I hate sand. So this doesn't, to me, but yeah, nothing came back as far as fingerprints on the cooler.
Do you recognize those items, States Exhibit 109 through 135?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize?
These are images that I took or generated in relation to my latent print processing and analysis and comparison for this case.
Are those true and correct photographs of the images or the items that are depicted?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish. So strike ID for States Exhibit. What's marked for identification is items 109 through 135.
No objection. Right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as a full exhibit.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, switching now to the white metal ceiling. It's MER 3A and 3D. So metal ceiling
Now moving on
event
to
in
the
a section of drywall. Did you
the
have
drywall,
an
the
opportunity
ceiling
to analyze
fit.
those items?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis, were you able to develop friction ridge details for those items?
I was able to document friction ridge detail on MER 3D, which was a section of drywall with metal framing, as well as MER 3A, which was a ceiling vent, a white ceiling vent.
And did you denote those friction ridge details?
All of the friction ridge areas that I documented were designated with an L number. So L1 and so on as more would be documented.
And was that L1 through L13?
Yes, it was.
And so the image that we're looking at now, what are we looking at there?
This is an image that I took to show the rough location of the first area that I documented, L1, on exhibit MER 3D. So where the small adhesive tag with the ruler on it is, that's the rough location of L1.
And if you can just point that out on the screen there, Mr. Orlowitz. And so does that item, that sticker that you just pointed to, does it say something on it?
It says L1 on it. It's labeled.
And is that just another photo of L1?
Yes.
And what does this image show us?
This is showing the rough location of the next two areas that I documented, L2 and L3. They are similarly labeled as L1 with the small adhesive scales in this area.
So that's L2, L3. Closer version.
Yes.
And those are the stickers that you mentioned.
Yes.
What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is showing the location of the next three areas that I documented, L4, L5, and L6 with their related labels.
And what does this image show us? Can you back up one? What does this image show us, Mr. Horowitz?
This is a different angle of those same three areas, L4 through L6.
Can you just point so the jurors are able to see?
This is L4, L5, and L6.
And what is this item?
This is exhibit MER 3A. This is that ceiling vent. This is a photo that I took to show the location of several designated areas that were on, I guess I would call it the underside of it. So the side that would typically be in a ceiling, not the visible side of it.
And can you identify in that photograph just each of the areas that you designated? Items?
The areas present in this are excuse me, L7, L8, L9, and L10 in that corner. There's another tag over here, but I'm not sure what the designation is on that one.
Let's focus on L7 through L10.
This is a closer view of those same four areas from that front left corner in the previous photo.
And just for those in the back that can't see, can you just point out?
Again, L7, L8, L9, and L10, the furthest.
Which of those items had sufficient details that you can compare them to known impressions?
During my analysis, I determined that some of these areas had multiple sections of ridge detail in them. So they were subdivided out. So instead of just being L8, I subdivided out to L8A through L8E, for example. So 5 impressions in that one area. Of all the impressions that were present in this case, L6, L7B, L8A, L8D, L9, L11, L10A through L10C, and L13 were all determined to be sufficient to move on for comparison.
Okay. And this is showing States Exhibit 116. I want to take a look at the prints that you found beginning with, you mentioned L7. I want to look at that first. And so it's blown up here. If you could point out L7 again. The friction bridge.
L7 is in this area.
Okay, and what did you do with L7? How did you analyze it?
So again, moving back to how I described the analysis phase before, L7 particularly was 2 impressions. So I sub-designated those L7A and L7B. Looking at the details present, the level 1, 2, and 3 detail present in those 2 impressions, L7A I determined was not identifiable. So I would not be moving forward with that impression to comparison. There's not enough detail present in it that I believed was reliable to make any sort of conclusion with. L7B, on the other hand, I determined to be identifiable based on the detail present in it.
And just for those that can't see, can you point out those items, L7A and L7B?
L7A is the impression on the left of the photo, this area here. L7B is this impression on the right of the photo, this larger area.
And what analysis did those impressions undergo?
So the analysis that I'm doing for all of these impressions is the same as I've described before, looking at the 3 levels of detail, documenting detail that's present in them, particularly when I'm marking up an analysis image like this, I will mark level 2 features that are present, or if there are reliable, what I believe to be reliable level 3 features that are present in the impression, I'll mark those up as well. So I'll put like a small green dot at the end of an ending ridge or at a bifurcation or around a dot, or if there's a section with pores that I can see, I could shade that a different color. And I can use that group of features later in my comparison.
And can you show us where you did that in this image? And that for the record is referring to States Exhibit 117.
There are very small green dots at the end of these ridges or these bifurcations that are present in this image.
And the large line at the top, what does that indicate?
The in my field, we would call that a horseshoe. The horseshoe line at the top of the impression means that I have deemed it to be identifiable. So any impression that has a horseshoe over it, it's denoting two things. One, that I've determined that that is a fingerprint impression specifically, so from a finger, as well as that I believe it's identifiable.
And what is written next to L7A?
Next to L7A is NI, is written NI, which stands for not identifiable.
With respect to L7B, what was your next step in that analysis?
The next step after analysis would be my comparison.
Okay, and let me stop you there. When you were analyzing the items that you received, did you have anything to compare those items to? Any known samples, known prints?
When the evidence came into the laboratory, I was not supplied any known impressions to compare to.
Okay, and I believe you're going to say the next step of your analysis, and I'm moving to States Exhibit 118. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart. So this shows the latent image from the evidence on the left-hand side, and then the image on the right is from a record impression or exemplar impression. Excuse me. So comparing the features, I'm in this image, I'm marking features that I marked in my analysis onto the record impression to determine if the two have enough similarity in order for me to establish an identification. And then I would create this chart showing the areas of correspondence that led me to my identification conclusion.
Were you able to identify the person that deposited that print?
Yes, I was.
And who was it that you identified?
Adam Montgomery.
And can you show the jurors the comparison? Stand up.
Yes.
There you go. He just identified that his comparison with L7B was a match to Adam Montgomery. And let's see, I want to do this. Pause that. I will do a brief breaking news.
You have frozen zones and you have sectors, and you map this out. This was a 2-mile run, which is pretty challenging in any urban area. So also a post-event strategy as well to get people out of there safely, and that's what they're doing right now. They look at these transportation hubs. They're right away. You help the aid immediately, person shot, and you try to figure out what's going on through video and things like that. In an urban area, you have gangs that show up to these things too. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it's a possibility. So these things also have to be vetted out. You have high elevation spotters to see what's going on. So right now it's chaotic. It's getting people to the hospital, getting statements, getting witnesses, freezing up whole areas. That's what's going on right now.
All right, so we do have, we were able to roll some tape on what it was like right after those shots were fired. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Yep, you could hear the shots there very briefly, a series of them. And obviously the people closer to bolted, other people not quite sure what's going on right at the moment as all of those people celebrating the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl championship, now heading out, fleeing really the scene. Let's go to Pierre Thomas here in Washington. Pierre, another, I should say, I want to say shocking, but in some ways it isn't, is it, day with gun violence in America. What is the federal role here? Have you got a sense? Have they weighed in? Are they offering assistance?
What's been published or admitted and published as States Exhibit 119. What does this image show us, Mr. Rolowitz?
This is a photograph that I took of the latent area, L8. So there are multiple impressions present that I further sub-designated during my analysis, but this is a photo that I took during processing of that exhibit.
And those sub-designations, do you recall what they were?
Yes, they were L8A through L8E.
And does this image show an alternative light source?
It does, yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, why you use it?
An alternative light source is a forensic lighting application that is typically used in conjunction, at least in the laboratory, with a dye stain or some sort of fluorescent chemical. What this enables us to do is remove background color or pattern from the evidence in order to better visualize friction ridge detail that's been developed on that item.
And now this is States Exhibit 120. What does this show us?
This is my analysis image of L8A through L8E.
And what was your analysis? What was the results? Were you able to develop? Go ahead.
Sorry. My initial analysis was that 3 areas were identifiable: L8A, L8C, and L8D, I believed to be identifiable. L8B and L8E, I determined to be not identifiable and would not be moving forward with those to comparison. During the course of my analysis, I reanalyzed L8C and determined that the detail present in that was not enough for me to reliably move forward with that impression to a comparison. So I determined that L8C was also not identifiable. And so now L8A and L8D are identifiable impressions.
And how did your analysis proceed with those items?
The same analysis methodology that I've been describing. These were all determined to be L8A and L8D were determined to be fingerprint impressions. That's the horseshoe over the top of both of them. So I would be comparing fingerprints to these.
And who did you compare those two?
I compared Adam Montgomery to these impressions.
And were you able to identify the L8A friction ridges from MER 3A?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify those to?
I identified those to Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
I believe the left middle.
And how many levels, with respect to L8A, how many levels of detail were present?
I'm not sure. Without looking at my chart, I'm not 100% sure. But in any latent impression, any of the 3 levels of detail can be present and can be used for a comparison. In most of these impressions, I was using level 1 and level 2 detail to arrive at my identifications.
With respect to L8D, were you able to identify friction ridge details from that item?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify as the source of those?
I identified Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
The left little.
Let's look at another print that you found. This one, L9. This is States Exhibit 121. Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is my analysis of L9. This impression I analyzed to be a simultaneous deposition, meaning that both areas present in this image are from one simultaneous touch. Both fingers came down at the same time and left these impressions. I determined that based on the angle of contact as well as deposition distortion present in the images. So this is a identifiable simultaneous fingers impression.
Can you show the jurors how that would occur using the screen there? The
Generally,
simultaneous
if
impression.
two fingers come down at the same time, in this case, at a higher angle of contact, both impressions will be left at the same time.
And how is this analyzed? How did you analyze it?
As I said, this I analyzed this to be a simultaneous fingers impression.
And who did you compare L9
Simultaneous.
friction ridge details to?
I compared this to Adam Montgomery.
What were the results of that comparison?
I identified Adam Montgomery, specifically his left middle and left ring fingers, as having made this simultaneous impression.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 122. What is that showing the jurors?
This is my comparison chart of L9. So the latent impressions are the images at the top of the screen, and then the known record impressions are on the lower section.
You mentioned that these are Adam Montgomery's fingerprints. Which finger specifically from Adam Montgomery?
Specifically the left middle and left ring fingers.
I want to look at another print that you found. So I'll draw your attention to L10.
That woke you up from your nap.
Did you have an opportunity to analyze L10?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how you analyzed it?
L10, I determined to be 3 separate fingerprint impressions. These fingerprint impressions, I decided that they were not simultaneous because of the angle of deposition and the almost impossibility of deposition simultaneously due to anatomical position of the fingers on the hand and the directionality that these were deposited in. So these were all designated separately, L10A, B, and C, and they're all horseshoed at the top to show that they're identifiable fingerprint impressions.
Okay, and the image that you just pointed out that has horseshoes at the top to show that they're identifiable, that image, you did those horseshoes at the top, is that correct?
Yes, I
That's
did.
part of your analysis?
Yes, the analysis images with any markings on them, I generate those at the laboratory as part of my analysis.
And here we're referring to States Exhibit 123. Did you have an opportunity to compare those items to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And whose known prints did you compare them to?
I compared these to Adam Montgomery.
And I want to go through each in turn. So let's start with L10A, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 124. What does this show us?
This is my comparison chart, the latent being on the left side, the known being on the right. This is my comparison of L10A to Adam Montgomery's left middle finger.
And Mr. Orlowitz, what was the result of your comparison of L10A?
This was an identification to Adam Montgomery.
Do you know which finger of Adam Montgomery's?
The left middle.
I'm showing you what's been published as States Exhibit 125. What does this image show us?
This is L10B, again, a comparison chart of the latent on the left, the known on the right, showing my identification conclusion.
Who did you compare L10B to?
I compared it to Adam Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
I identified L10B to the left index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to turn to States Exhibit 126. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart for L10C, latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion for that impression.
And what was your conclusion for that impression?
I identified L10C to Adam Montgomery's left little finger.
I want to look at another print you found. I'd turn your attention to L11, and here I'm looking at States Exhibit 127. What is this image showing us?
This is one of my processing images from processing the item of evidence MER 3A that this latent L11 came from. This is just showing the latent in its entirety.
And how did you process this latent?
This latent itself, are you referring to the chemical processing or?
The chemical processing.
Chemical processing. This latent itself went through a process, well, this item itself, I'll say, went through a process called lumiscyanofuming. So it's a superglue fume that when heated up will polymerize on top of friction ridge detail present on an exhibit, present on an item, and it will leave a white residue, very light white residue on top of the ridges. This helps preserve them. It also helps make them more visible. Lumicyano also combines a fluorescent dye, so it can then later be visualized with an ALS, which I mentioned earlier, to help better visualize any prints present on that exhibit.
I'm going to move to States Exhibit 128. What does States Exhibit 128 show us?
This is my analysis image of that latent L11.
After analyzing L11, did you have an opportunity to compare it to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And I'm turning to States Exhibit 129. What does States Exhibit 129 show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is my comparison chart of L11. L11 was analyzed to be a palm print, not a fingerprint. So this is my comparison chart of L11 to Adam Montgomery's left palm.
What were the results of your comparison, Mr. Orlowitz?
I reached an identification conclusion for this.
And who did you identify as the person that deposited that palm print?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but which palm print was it of Adam Montgomery?
The left palm.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to look at another print that you found, and I want to turn your attention to L13. This is States Exhibit 130. What does this image show us?
This is L13. This latent was also present on MER 3A. This is another processing image from that exhibit, from that evidence.
Did you have an opportunity to analyze this?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about analyzing it?
My analysis for this, I determined that this was a latent fingerprint impression in the opposite orientation from what you see in this photo.
I'm turning to States Exhibit 131. What are we looking at here?
This is my analysis image of latent L13. The horseshoe for this latent is near the bottom of the image. So this is telling me that I believe this is an identifiable fingerprint impression, but also showing that my theoretical directionality of up for this would be this way actually, so that the finger, if you can imagine my finger on the screen, it would be in this orientation.
Did you conduct a comparison of L13?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare that item to?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm turning to States Exhibit 132. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart of L13. So latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion to the right index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to look at the final print that you found. So I want to turn your attention to L6, and this is States Exhibit 133. Did you have an opportunity to process States Exhibit 133, so L6?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
The exhibit that L6 was on was MER 3D. This evidence was a large piece of drywall with metal framing on it. It was roughly 5 foot by 6 foot. It measured about that. I did a super glue fume, so similar to the Lumicyano fume that I told you about earlier, but without the addition of the fluorescent dye step. So this was just with a super glue fume in order to process for these impressions.
Were you able to analyze this item?
Yes.
And I turn your attention to States Exhibit 134, which I've put up on the screen. What does that show us?
This is my analysis image of latent L6. So I determined that these 4 touches, these 4 areas of friction-rich skin on this exhibit were one simultaneous impression. So all 4 of those fingers came down at the same time on the exhibit and left those 4 impressions.
Following your analysis, did you conduct a comparison of L6?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare L6 to?
I compared to Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Both of them were excluded as having been the source of this impression.
And did you conduct further comparisons on this L6?
After reaching those exclusion conclusions, I ran this impression through our automated biometric identification system, or ABIS system, which is a repository of record impressions from
This is the
local
exact
systems as
testimony
well
from
as
the probable
national
cause.
systems.
So I turn your attention to States Exhibit 135. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart of L6 to known impressions of an individual who was a candidate on the search list that ABIS sent back to me after performing the search against the records. This candidate's name was Yared Luyano Mondrag. I identified this impression as having originated from that source.
So after looking at the entire ceiling paneling, the vents, there were only 2 individuals you were able to identify as having deposited prints on those items. Is that correct?
Yes.
Kayla's
Can you remind the jury
prints
who those 2
nowhere.
individuals are?
Adam Montgomery and Yared Luyano Mondrag.
Now, this is a question that I have. Kayla said that she brought Adam the bag to Port Untied,
Mondrag, Mr. Mondrag was the drywall installer.
and then it was up top.
I was not aware of that.
She
Thank you.
didn't
No
leave any prints?
additional questions.
So they just went ahead and did a sidebar. Basically, everything that he testified to is verbatim in the probable cause. Okay. And which was pages 27 and 28 of the probable cause.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A couple of questions. One about the fingerprints that you just testified about identifying in a comparison to a person.
Yes.
Okay. You got a high degree of certainty that you've identified the right people, right?
Yes.
And for especially in some of those fingerprints that had that level 3.
I don't recall specifically using level 3 in any of my comparisons. They were also done in June 2022, so my memory may be a bit off.
In any event, a very, very high degree of certainty that Adam Montgomery's fingerprints were found on the metal ceiling vent, and then some on the metal that held the drywall together.
Yes.
Right? And then the other was somebody completely unrelated.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the cooler. When you analyzed the cooler, did something happen while you were analyzing before you started your analysis of the cooler? Did somebody come in and do something in front of you?
Kevin McMahon, who was a serologist at the laboratory at the time, performed a serology examination on the cooler.
Okay. And this cooler, right now is pretty dirty, right?
Yes.
And it's dirty because of the tools that you use to look for ridge detail, right?
Yes, I believe that's a portion of the residue that's left on that is from my processing.
Okay. So the reason that you would want somebody like Kevin McMahon to come in and do serology is that you might actually be changing the condition of the cooler.
Yes, there's the potential that any processing I do could dilute or remove biological evidence that's present on an exhibit. So in the laboratory in general, and specifically for this case, serology would be conducted prior to latent print processing.
So we're talking about the
The
order.
reason, well, and again, you do this so
Order
that
of
if
testing.
there's evidence on this cooler, it can be found, whether
Yes.
serology or fingerprint.
Yes.
The other is that you talked about different surfaces being good for fingerprints.
Yes.
Is this cooler? And I can bring it to you. I can put a glove on and bring it to you if you'd like.
That's okay.
Okay. Is this cooler good for that sort of finding rich detail and stuff?
The exterior of the cooler is textured, which is not the best type of substrate or surface to retain fingerprint detail. Like I said before, smooth surfaces are usually what's best.
Okay. So I can go and I can touch this cooler at the top and you may not be able to find my ridge detail.
That's correct.
Okay. How about the handle? So same thing? It's metalish.
There may be a potential to find friction ridge detail on something like that handle. It's smooth, but it being a handle gets handled a lot, which could potentially wipe off any friction ridge detail that was deposited prior.
Okay. And that was going to be my next question. An object that is touched a lot might remove, smear, or change any ridge detail below it, right?
Yes, it may remove it completely.
And so you get an accumulation at some point and you may not even be able to identify the last person touching.
That's correct.
The metal ceiling vent and the drywall, did that go through a similar serology analysis before your fingerprint analysis?
Yes, they did.
And that was separate. It wasn't actually in your portion of the lab, right?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. And there's another item that you tested. Do you recall?
There was a small pink child's cup. I believe the agency item number was BEO 25.
Okay. And nothing there?
No friction ridge detail was documented or developed on that.
Okay. And was that a good surface to find fingerprints?
My recollection was that the exterior of the cup was fairly textured. There were some flat portions, but much of that cup, I think, was a textured surface.
Okay. So is it fair to say that none of the items that you tested raised a suspicion that they had been wiped or cleaned off?
No, I did not have that suspicion during my testing.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Rowlands, I just want to follow up on that last point.
Let's
How would
see.
you know? How would you be able to see if things were wiped off?
Good question.
During my processing, if wipe marks or drag marks became visible during the processing, that could potentially cue me off that something had at least been wiped across the surface.
And that wasn't present on the items that you analyzed.
I would think
I did
that
not
dragging
observe
the bag would. Somebody picked it up like
With
this.
respect to the highly textured surfaces that you mentioned,
I-
how would you see those wipe marks in a highly textured surface like the cup that you mentioned or the cooler there?
Interesting.
It would It would be very difficult to see if any white marks were present on a textured surface.
No additional questions.
But it's fair to say that you saw nothing to raise that suspicion.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you may sit down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our day today.
Perfect.
I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else.
Okay, perfect. Because I want to talk about something. These are always hard days for people to follow along. So think about the jury. The jury is going to be having a very, very difficult time to follow along. And I think it's really good as a lawyer when you can kind of like hit on some fine points. But like I said, the defense people, they're going to have their own experts, I would assume. So going back to, I'm going to use Hector here for a second. Now, maybe this was talked about, maybe it wasn't. I would just assume that the like drag marks, if I'm trying to pull a bag from a top ceiling, that would drag all those, I guess you could say, fingerprints, but they were able to get them off the rail part versus like, let me think of a better way to explain that. I want to show something really quick though. Okay. All right, this is a good view. Let me show you my view. Okay, take a look at this. Now, this is just out of my curiosity. All right, so this is like a view, like this is like the vent part, I'm assuming, right? And that's right there. And so right here would be where they were able to get the fingerprints off that metal detail, you know, like when you're popping out the ceiling vent. Okay. And hopefully that is able to be seen. I want to move it up enough. So then what he testified to is literally everything that's in the probable cause. Some people said we're going to be hit with a bunch of surprises. Let's take a look. All 9 of the identifiable impressions from the metal vent to Adam. So this is everything that he testified to. Everything. And I read through this. And we got to the part where what I think we're going to hear is an expert that's going to be talking about, let's see, which is right here. So on 8/4/2022, so the ceiling section, and they took it to do all the testing on 8/4. So they got all this in June. So let's see how long this took them. Okay, think about this now in terms of the Brian Kohler case. Okay, take that down, and so they get it June 4th, and now here it's June, July, August, September. June, July, August, 3 months. All of June, all of July, 2 months. That's bigger. And right here, the report of the analysis of the ceiling The report notes that the two samples were collected from the sheetrock, which were then combined into one sample. The DNA profile obtained from the sample indicated at least one female contributor and was interpreted as two contributors, the report noted. The DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 4.1 billion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person than if it is originated from two unknown persons. This analysis proves or provides very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample. That's what we're going to be hearing from tomorrow, I believe, in how I see this going. And this was all able to be done because of the toothbrush, because they took the samples. Okay? So, they didn't get these results back the next day, right? They didn't get these results back the next day, right? Okay. Further testing was performed on the ceiling. In a report dated 9/14/2022. This is already in the probable cause though, guys, like dated 10/25/2022. They went and they did everything, put the probable cause all together. Maybe they thought like they could do this because he's already behind bars and we could take our time, but just showing you like how beefed this, it's 43 pages and it's everything that we're hearing being testified to. Right? And how I want to prove that is, I'm going to back up. I'm going to put this right here. I wanted to take a look then at right here. On 11/18/2021, the Manchester Police Department received a call from a woman determined to be Crystal regarding Harmony. Story reported that Harmony, who was in the physical custody of her ex, was missing and that she hadn't seen Harmony in over 6 months. Story identified her ex as Adam. An employee of the Manchester Police Department contacted DCYF and learned of previous addresses associated with Adam. Manchester police officers checked those addresses, but were unable to locate Adam or Harmony. So, again, on this day, 11/18/2021. On 12/27/2021, DCYF notified the Manchester Police Department that they were also unable to locate Harmony. Okay. Over the following days, members of the Manchester Police Department learned that Harmony had not been physically seen since approximately October or November of 2019. Crystal, who resides in Massachusetts, notified authorities that she had not seen Harmony since around Easter of 2019. Okay, so we know all this. I think it's important to see that the docket by this Essex County was February 21st, 2019. And that's when Adam said, come pick her up in his interview. The case was subsequently assigned to me, meaning the guy that wrote the probable cause. During my follow-up with Crystal, she explained that she had lost custody in July 2018. He gets all his reports from that, right? Now, the police officer testified that he had spoken to Kayla, that testified today. On 12/28/2021, I spoke with Adam's wife, Kayla Montgomery. Kayla shares 300 children. Okay. Get that there. I asked Kayla the last time she had physically seen Harmony. Okay, so this is a probable cause that came out in October of 2022. This is when Kayla lies and gives them the story, okay, which is Kayla said that sometime in November, December of 2019, she saw Harmony one morning because Adam drove Harmony back to meet Crystal. Okay, that's what this says. And she gave some just approximate. She didn't say like the dates or anything. Kayla had not physically seen Adam since late October of 2021. So she's being interviewed December 28, 2021. So you got October, November, and then you have December. So just, she's basically telling the police, I haven't seen him since October. And hadn't talked to him till mid-November. Kayla claimed that she was living up in Maine with another girl. So just to give you that background, Kayla then calls him, tells him to get his butt, here, and you need to handle this. They're like looking for Harmony. This is that when they were able to find him on 12/31, and that's when they go to his car, his girlfriend's car, and you guys see that on camera. Now, Kayla gave a grand jury testimony, and this is how she got charged with perjury. This is what she said on May 22nd. I'm sorry, May 20th, 2022. Kayla testified before the grand jury, and she said the following. That she was asked when last time she saw Harmony, and she said it was a day after Thanksgiving. Okay. And Adam dropped her off to work her 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift at Dunkin' Donuts. This is how they catch her. Okay. The cops, then investigators researched Kayla's claims about the location and shift she was working 2 days after Thanksgiving, which was 11/30/2019. All Dunkin' Donut locations. So they checked all of that in the records from the New Hampshire Employment Security above. The only employer who paid Kayla in November of 2019 was Dunkin' Donuts in Hooksett, New Hampshire, and that it was confirmed that she was fired on 11/23. As a result, there was an arrest warrant was obtained for perjury for her lying to the grand jury about the fact that he couldn't have taken you to work. He didn't work that day. So they catch her on the stand. Okay. Now we're all able to be where we're at in this case right now because of Kayla and what she then, so she's arrested, as you can see right there, June 3rd, 2022. She meets with them on the same day. So during her proffer interview, Kayla admitted that she had lied during her grand jury.
Can you give me paper?
Sorry, you guys know the rules. Jack's number one. Okay, so we're in the position that we're in because of Kayla, and I'll show you why. And I'm going to show you some stuff that we can expect to see in the next 2 days. So she says, yes, she lied about her grand jury testimony. She said that she had information related to Harmony. Kayla stated, now this is what's in the probable cause. This is when everybody wants to talk about, can Kayla be, is she gonna get in trouble? Did she lie again? Yada, yada, yada. Well, this is what they have. So you guys can be the judge if you think Kayla stated that the family herself, Adam, Harmony, Seamus, and Declan, they were evicted from where they were living on Guilford Street in Manchester the day before Thanksgiving, which would have been 11/27. Kayla said after that they were living in their vehicle, which was known to be the Chrysler, right? All of that pans out. This is what the cops do. The cops then, so she says that they were staying right there. Now, how do the cops go ahead and prove that? Well, first she says that from Thanksgiving up until the beginning of December, Tone saw Harmony and the other two boys and would wave at them. Now, on the stand, Tone said that he never had saw her, but now it's going to come into question on the days, because are we talking about the 12, 7, and 8, or are we talking about 11, 29, and 30? So, but him not remembering that's not going to be enough to say that that's perjury unless you're changing the dates, in my opinion. So here it is. Kayla stated that on the day of the Chrysler Sebring breaking down, that's how she is assimilating what happened that day. And we know everything that she says, right? Now, this is where I highlighted that she said where the kids were sitting, and she noted this, which was Harmony being on the passenger side. And the report that the officer gave was that he said it, he's like, that's usually relayed to that the officer by the parent. He would have to testify that he saw them physically in this spot and in that spot. You know what I mean? So you might want to run the film back and see how he exactly said his testimony with where the kids are positioned. Okay. Now, this is what okay. Kayla said that after approximately 20 minutes, the family left. So she explains everything that happened with, I'm not going to talk about that, but that it was about around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning is when the car died. Okay. And that according then to the police, they found the police here at 12:11. That's when it was called in for the tow. Okay. And what the police deemed is this is credible. We're able to verify that, okay, this happened, and this is what they're saying. Kayla stated that Adam went to the trunk of the vehicle, removed clothing from a black and red underwear bag, everything that she says, right? And that they then, she says that, and walked it back to the parking lot. They don't really specify if they all walked, okay, or if it was just him. Kayla indicated that once back at, it seems like she's there too, because it says drove them. So I'm assuming that they all walked. They had that stroller. It's not a far walk at all to go to the apartments where Tone is, and that he's then drove them from the apartment. Okay. And then the tow truck guy couldn't corroborate this, but he did say that 2 people went there and got the stuff out. Okay. Now, in a second, Crawford, which is down here on 623, she says that during that 20-minute time of them being at the Colonial Village Apartments, that they got a bag off of Tone, and they said that her and Adam used some of that before leaving. Now, Kayla said that while they were staying in his Audi, Tone's, Adam was keeping that bag inside the trunk of the vehicle, but also would leave it out on the snow. Okay, this is in the probable cause. This is so when you're thinking to yourself and you go back and you listen to everything that she's saying, we're looking at probable cause and it's pretty much walking us through it. So when I think about the Idaho 4 case and this probable cause, like what surprises have there truly been? Or what more is there? Okay, now here we go. I've been waiting to talk to you guys about this. Tone's grand jury testimony, okay? So he met with the grand jury March 21st. Kayla's mom met with them in February of 2022. She met with them in May of 2022, okay? Different times and giving grand jury testimony. He's testified before the grand jury, and he said that after the Montgomery family was evicted, he allowed them to stay in his car for 2 days. He stated he believed it was the weekend immediately after Thanksgiving, which would have been approximately 11:30 or 12:01. And he testified at the grand jury that he brought Thanksgiving leftovers to the car for them to eat. Tone testified that he did not see Harmony in the Audi, that it was only, we know who the boys and them. He testified that he never bothered to ask where Harmony was. Tone testified that only 2 times he ever saw, same thing they kind of testified to this past time when he saw her. And then he said that they didn't have anything other than 2 boys and formula and the baby and diapers. Tone said that they didn't have anything else, not even bags of clothes. Now, this girl that lived with him, who has not taken the stand yet, this is her grand jury testimony, which is she met with him on 5/20. This is his girlfriend, Donna. She testified that the only time she saw Harmony was September in 2019, together with Tone, which what Tone was saying. She testified about the Thanksgiving leftovers being fresh. And she believed Tone gave them to the Montgomerys earlier on Thanksgiving Day of 2019 or the next day. She testified that she had a brief opportunity to look inside the car that the Montgomerys were in, which she said was the Audi, and that she only saw the 2 younger children in the car, not Harmony. She was confident that Harmony was not in that car, okay? But she's also talking about now what she deems is this time it took right after Thanksgiving, like the day after. Because remember, there's no account for like what did they do on Thanksgiving? Remember the defense attorney did that on cross, like what'd you guys do on Thanksgiving? You know, it's a holiday, like you weren't with any family. So here, after he does his grand jury testimony, then Tone did his proffer, okay? Because he wasn't honest. So this is what he wants to say then in his proffer interview. Again, done before this is all printed up to provide the probable cause to arrest him for these charges, Adam. And he said that he admitted he did provide the crack and fentanyl to the Montgomerys. So then when he was questioned then just yesterday, they're talking about this. And where she got him all twisted was the time that he did that, which again, I don't know why he got twisted over it because he had immunity. But I think maybe he got scared or something because I don't understand it. He's admitting right here. Tone stated he would buy the Montgomery's food stamps off of them prior to them staying in his vehicle and after they stayed in his vehicle. Tone stated that after Thanksgiving of 2019, the Montgomerys came to him with just their two boys and no Harmony and asked if they could stay with them due to them being evicted and their car breaking down. Tone did not recall how the Montgomerys arrived at his home. Anthony Tone stated that they arrived with few belongings and recalled a trash bag. He offered them the Audi to sleep. He offered them the Audi to sleep in, which was parked in the rear of his, the apartment, the building located. Tone was unclear on the timing. At first saying it was the weekend after Thanksgiving, but then when confronted with information that the Montgomerys still had their own car at that point, agreed that it may have been the following weekend. He said he provided them Thanksgiving leftovers, which tells me that he could have still provided them Thanksgiving leftovers and gave it to them in that vehicle. But then he testified yesterday to saying he didn't know if they were staying. He's like, they could have been staying, but I don't know, but just showing you guys this is right in the probable cause. Boom. So like when I look at the Idaho 4 probable cause, so here we go. He said that he provided them Thanksgiving leftovers, which could have been leftovers, I guess, the following weekend, and he also gave them a pizza. He repeatedly denied, I never saw her there when they came on those trips, and he only knew that the family had been staying in the parking lot for the 2 nights he didn't know that they were staying there. When confronted with the statements Kayla made about him seeing Harmony every day from Thanksgiving to the beginning of December and waving, he said that she was lying. I questioned Tone about helping the Montgomerys retrieve belongings from their car when it broke down. And that was at that intersection. And he said that he did not remember that happening. Okay. Now, they then re-interviewed his girlfriend, Donna, again. Okay. And she stated that the Montgomerys arriving, that they appeared stressed and mostly concerned with getting drugs. When they arrived, Donna recalled them carrying duffel bags, interesting, and trash bags. And when asked if there was any color to the duffel bag, she just couldn't remember. She was not aware that Tone had helped the family retrieve any of their belongings from their vehicle, which had broken down. Now remember that they tested the back trunk of the Audi that was yesterday's testimony, and there was nothing in there. Okay. Now, Donna remembered Adam, Kayla, and their 2 boys arriving, but was adamant she never saw Harmony. Donna recalled bringing fresh Thanksgiving leftovers. She's saying fresh, possibly the day after Thanksgiving, to the Montgomerys when they were living out of their car. Out of their car. So see what I'm trying to say? Not in the Audi, but out of their car. She initially recalled that the Montgomerys were living out of the Audi at the time, but when confronted with information that the Montgomerys still had their car, Donna admitted that she may not be remembering the car correctly. Donna stated that when she brought the Thanksgiving leftovers, there were 2 kids jumping around in the back seat, and that she did not see Harmony in the car. At the time, now this is what the cops this is the cops lingo here. Just them inserting this. At the time, Seamus was approximately 2.5, and Declan was only 10 months. So the cops are saying it is extremely unlikely that a 10-month-old would be jumping around. I disagree. People have started, kids walk at 10 months. Okay. So I think it's very interesting, but the cops are in defense of Kayla's statements. Okay. With the whole weekend of this. All right. And this is them defending that Kayla is not lying. Because this cop is, again, this is, remember how, so think about the TikTok. Think about the TikTok. So here you go, here you have this witness that's saying, listen, I think I would be able to tell the difference between a 5-year-old girl and a 10-month-old. Okay? And a 2.5-year-old. Right? Come on. And now here you just have this cop that wants to say, well, it is extremely unlikely that a 10-month-old would be jumping around. And I'm just like, I cannot believe that he wrote that in a probable cause. And then I'm like, wait a second. Yes, I can. Let's talk about item 4. So the first time that I'm reading through the probable cause of this case, they're just stating the facts of each of these people. But here we go. We want to, like, they're inserting this. And the reason they're inserting that is to clearly it's to help the probable cause to support this time frame of their, what they're going forward with in that it's Kayla, like Kayla's version of not when any of the destruction of evidence or any of the other charges. Okay. This now is turned into just a sole trial on if he did the deed, right? Because he's already conceded to everything else. But you have to remember when they wrote this probable cause, there was before, like if he didn't concede to anything like that, it was nothing like that. So, but this is your interpretation. So again, I just think about the TikTok part. Now, how they, again, this is in the probable cause, how they want to corroborate all of this, okay, is during the investigation, they got the search warrants obtained for Facebook and Google, right? And in those records, it revealed that during the time period of late November, early December, location data from Google was consistent with the Montgomery saying in the Colonial Village parking lot from approximately 11:27 through to 12:08, which corroborates Kayla's account of the time period they stayed there. Okay, this is in the probable cause. And that's, in addition, another witness interviewed during the investigation, Kimberly, recalled personally interacting with the Montgomerys while they were staying in the Audi in the Colonial Village parking lot during the overnight hours, and she helped them because they had died. And Kayla was worried the family was in danger of the cold. She said that she did not see harm at that time. And it was only Adam, Kayla, boys. Facebook messages exchanged between Matt, there's his name. Okay, this is everything that Kimberly was on the stand for and Matt was on the stand for. All right. To a T. And it's showing that in messages, Facebook messages, right here, messages showing Kayla reaching out to Matt about the Audi dying and needing to be jumped and everything like that. And those are the dates. Okay. In other words, 1 week after the weekend, Anthony Tone testified that he believed the Montgomery stayed in the Audi. This corroborates actually Kayla's time frame of when they stayed in the Audi. But if you recall, that's why it was a big deal to talk about, what car did you see? And Kim's original statements to the police, she said that they were in the silver car. Okay, so just throwing that out there. Now, Oh wait, what page am I on? Okay. Let's compare what Kayla's mother said. Hopefully these little recaps help you guys bring it all in. Again, this is when Kayla's mom talked. Or I'm sorry, this is when Kayla talked, but it's going to have to do with Kayla's mom's residence, okay? So hold on, that's not the page I wanted to use. Okay, first. Investigators located what was just testified to, how they found it. So they located the car. This vehicle was subject of a call for service at approximately 12:11, which matches what Kayla's saying. And this is when they say this is consistent with Kayla's statement in her proffer interview that Adam did the killing on the day their receive ring broke down. Now, I'm still unclear on how that would prove that. Okay. But that's how, in Kayla's story, that's how she's saying that, what she remembered from it, and how she's saying that it was the same day that we had this. If you go get this, there's going to be an accident. So that's what they went and did. And they're saying that the tow documents show the tow company was on scene. Okay. Now, this is something interesting. They tried to, I didn't even know this because they didn't talk about it, but later on 12/16, there was no power to the dash, and they attempted to jumpstart that car, and it resulted in the car immediately starting to smoke. Again, this is everything that they testified to over the past 2 days. Now, where is her mom? Here she is. Okay. Christina took the stand yesterday. It's her mother, and she lived with her boyfriend. Okay. And Kayla said that when they arrived at the residence, that it was still, the body was still in the duffel bag, and they move it to the cooler right there. She said that the body was there until the whole time when the family left. Now, this is when Kayla's mom goes to the grand jury, February 18th. Christine testified. This is what she said. She said that Adam, Kayla, and the two boys moved in to live with her for 2 or 3 weeks, and they left on December 30th or the 31st. Christine said that they did not have Harmony with them, and Kayla told her that Harmony had gone back to live with her. Now, with her mom at the rehab facility. She was not aware of Adam or Kayla making any efforts to get in touch with Harmony or Crystal. She also testified that they're at the time frame that they did not seem to be like crying or upset or whatever. Now, Now, what I think is interesting is that they do no mention in this probable cause. And obviously, like, we don't have those, the minutes, but there is no mention of her testimony yesterday was that she saw all the kids and showed them the tree, which proves in her mind, and is supposed to prove to the jury, that the tree was put up right after Thanksgiving, and that's when Kayla brought all the kids, and that's when she saw Harmony then. But that was never said in her grand jury. That was added on. That was new here in this. Not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that that's something that's not in here to help corroborate Kayla's statements. Okay. And now here's my sneak peek at what we can expect to see some booms, which will be after they get through all of everything to do with like the DNA and forensics. They're going to come to the point of Kayla's story where they have to talk about this U-Haul. And okay. Right here. This is what's coming. So this is my spoiler alert. The U-Haul. Kayla said that Adam kept the CMC bag with Harmony's body inside of the freezer. You guys know that. She said that she wasn't sure, then this is when she talked in her proffer, she wasn't sure if it was March or May 2020 when Adam rented a U-Haul. And during the overnight hours, made a trip to an unknown destination. Okay. Kayla stated she did not know this location. And I told you guys after my research that I did over the weekend and up until late yesterday, I believe this. I believe this because of the digital evidence. I 100% believe what she's saying here. Kayla said that Adam returned in the morning hours. So none of this kind of seems like to make sense with just her statements, but they have to put them here. Kayla said that Adam returned in the morning hours, but she could not recall the exact time. Now, they asked her some more questions, which was Kayla stated that around that time that they stayed in the Econo Lodge or the Comfort Inn, she couldn't remember. Jax just challenged me to a game of one-on-one against basketball, so I'm going to have to go. That's what I choose. But if you want to catch my sneak preview peek, I will put it in a quick video, and I will notify you guys that it drops. So thank you guys so much. Cheers to everybody on Happy Valentine's Day. I almost said St. Valentine. I hope I don't break my ankles with the crossovers over here. But wait till you guys see how this all transpired with this U-Haul. You want to see a bunch of, I'll just flat out say it, a bunch of drug addicts think they're going to get away with something. Watch this. Watch how we break this down. But this PCA is basically walking everything step by step by step, and That's everything that's in here is what I'm seeing being testified to. I don't see any of these other bombshells, or we don't need to put this in because, you know, we're going to hold our hand back or something like that. That's not what I see here at all. And it literally is boom. This is a walking complete, here it is, on what happened and why we believe that this man is the responsible party.